Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. I'm Gnomes and this is another presentation live with this Neo-Vetruvianism concept. And in this case I think I've already made the transforms. Not the transform, how do you say, the transformation, whatever that means, of the rest position for the mesh. So I found that after several attempts, some more interesting than others, but I found that this pose, this rest position, is actually one of the most relevant for some sort of adequate deforms on all the poses that I want. And this happens, it's not very clear exactly why the others I've tried. For example, yeah, let's give some examples here, just out of curiosity. We have many, so let's see. Yes, I've lost many attempts here in the sense of so for example, yes, this was the rest position that I was working on previously for a long time. And then yes, the deforms, this is very good for side bending of the leg and front bending, but very bad for the back bending, especially the buttocks region. However, as I was considering a problematic with the back bending of the thigh, which causes dramatic, horrid artifacts and interpenetration and bad deforms on the buttocks region, I've ended up retrieving and reinventing, let's say like that, a way to solve the leverage of the buttocks in a mesh in a way that seems quite elegant. It was possibly better than my original tutorial on that matter. There are of course a few other tutorials which from other riggers which attempt to develop that. Let's see the other. And so basically what I want to say is that even with these rest positions where the buttocks get not very good as it could be if the legs were just straight on a T-pose, for example, A-pose, T-pose, thanks to that new rigging proposition that I found to be effective and elegant. Maybe it's not 100% effective, but it gets the basic thing done. I've ended up finding that the big problem of that is leverage. Is okay, the thigh rotates, but the problem is that as it rotates, we could get an example here, right? As it rotates, okay, there's loss of volume here, but more than the loss of volume, which is annoying, but the most complicated thing to solve, actually, the really system that is lacking, is leverage. This mesh here should go up, and the rotation of the thigh can't do this alone. And so this is the problem with this rig. It's not something of all the rigs, of 100% of the rigs that want to do this kind of motion. It's simply that there is no leverage of this mesh through thigh bone rotation. The spine won't do that, although with the spine we could probably yeah, but if we bring up the spine, what happens is that yeah, the legs go up too. So this just gave me a new idea, fresh idea right now. What if the spine? Yeah, because this leverage thing basically is just as it was a double spine, except that that spine doesn't move the legs up. So it's basically, but it's focused on the buttocks mesh. So it's not exactly a double spine. But what we would need on this fresh idea yeah, forget about that. This is just conjecture, hypothetical thing. But yes, it's similar. The leverage of the buttocks it's similar as a spine that goes up, but that doesn't leverage also the thigh bones. Just I'm doing here. You see that we don't see the thigh bone, but we see the thigh moving up, right? So on the head of the thigh bone. So you see that even though I don't have a system for that, as soon as I start to leverage the buttocks, this thing tends to get better, right? Or if I rotate, make this sort of rotation also. So this is all really armature deformed things, right? Helper bones, and a single helper bone that does the leverage, if you want some rotation, is good to have. Differently from my original tutorial on that, I stated there that rotations should be avoided, but actually small rotations are just okay to be done on the helper bones, on the helper deformed bones. But we should be careful anyways, because of course we probably won't reach 90 degrees rotation or close to it, but yes, so we can sure do a small bit of rotation, usually in that direction. Okay, let's go. I've already done that rig actually in the file I'm working in, but let's go and check other Neo-Vetruvianism stuff that I was doing. So no, okay, so this is the same. So this is the previous. I hope I have something. Okay, so here is with similar pose that I have now, but the legs are slightly bent backwards, and this part is could be like hold on, it could be like this. I think it would be better for this joint, simple joint. Not that it really requires that, but whatever. It's just a rest position, right, for the mesh. Of course, it will make some things more complicated to solve in terms of rigging, but it's perfectly feasible. But a little headache. I don't recommend it if you are not ready for this kind of challenge or don't have time for it. I happen to have time for these explorations, and that's why I want to. Yes, and so today this actually was somewhat frustrating, because okay, I had good buttocks deforms, not perfect, but much better than that previous rest pose that I've shown. Way better, but still not perfect on its own. It's just, and this happens because exactly without any mechanism of leverage of the buttocks, the only good rest position that would never fail, guaranteed it won't fail, is when the rest pose is that pose that we want with the leg there, right? Why is that? Well, because then it would work like a shape key, right? So it would sorry, it will be a perfect rest position. So this, however, pose, I didn't edit the mesh here, but because I didn't save, I was making the attempts, and what I saw is that this has had bad results on even on the T-pose, and the front bending was also very bad, and so I discarded this because this slight rotation upper seems to have bad impact to all that thing. So no, I don't want to have good buttocks deforms if everything else is bad, right? Even the T-pose. Of course, part of the problems were due to this inconsistent mesh topology, which I was having in all this region. I've redone this and on the model I'm working with, and I found many interesting things that could help everything. So I'll be back on that soon. But so that pose didn't work. It could work, but it's not as good as the one that I have now, I assumed. So let's see this other one. Okay, this is the one I was, maybe this is a saved version. So maybe if I show it what it does, we'll be able to see, although it's a bit hard to pose without the... Okay, so apparently the mesh there I've edited on this file is the same, it says the same rest position. And yeah, actually the T-pose is just fine, but then as we approach to some that pose here, let's see. Yeah, so it's not terrible, actually. It's not it's workable, but then there are some problems here. You see all these deforms, and this is, of course, has something to do with the mesh topology and the geometry on the rest position. So it is not terrible, but yeah, it was worse than my original. So this was kind of a bit preoccupating. And for the back bending, you see that I don't remember now, but I assume it's feasible. It's just not that impressive. Let's see. Alright, actually it's quite impressive, yes. It's nearly perfect, right? Do I have leverage rig here? I think I have. So this is actually with the leverage rig. That's why one side is leverage. So that's why this is so good. It's not because on its own it was good enough. So false alarm. However, if we... Oh, hold on. This is... No, these legs are linked backwards. So yeah. Okay, so this is not what I'm working out now, but I have proven again another proof of concept here that this single leverage rig, we'll try to find a bone here that does that. Actually, I was using something for this case, which I took from another tutorial. This idea of having, let's see, where is the... I should mention the tutorial, but it's something relatively new tutorial which use some armature deforming here, so this bone follows, this bone cannot, armature bone constraint, it cannot be, yes, I'm using here, but this is just a crotch deformed bone which will follow the leg. It's not what really matters here. It's good, interesting at least. I was able to get some use for this bendy bone here, because now this is the deformed bone here on this the helper bone here, and here is the wave painting, mostly focused on the buttocks region for leverage of this, some part in the we can expand here towards the torso, but mostly here. This could be relevant, but not that much. It could compromise other things. So what happens here is that let's see, I need to check the leverage system. Oh yes, so I was using a double transformation bone constraint because this could be done with a driver. So the location, it does this as the type bone rotates on its... Oh, I don't have the animation now, damn. So we'll try to get it from here then. You said that this bone is moving, right? But it's not moving because of any parenting. It's moving because otherwise it will be stiff, right? So it's a very simple system, and that rig didn't make use of this for other things. I'm taking advantage of the position of this bone, the where its y-axis is right on this direction, right? Then local space, I get it move on y-axis. I'm not gonna explain a transformation bone constraint here, but as this, you see what will happen as the type would go up. Now, as the type will rotate, negative or positive rotation, I mean rotation in this direction, the back bending, right? Then usually the for me the x-axis of this type bone, but on this rest position, unfortunately, no, actually this is also because of the I-key system that I have, which is a bit complicated, and then there's a mechanism bone for the I-key. For some reason the x-axis rotation of the type bone gets all distorted, and I need to do some investigation there, but I was able to fix eventually. So this is the disadvantage, another disadvantage of having a rigging disadvantage to have this kind of pose and not straight legs too much, because then we have might have some more complications on the local axis, the gizmo, the orientations, right? The rolls and everything else. The orientation of the bones can be slightly more difficult, but you see what's happening? Well, as this bone is just copy location, copy rotation to here, it doesn't move, I could make some... the other one is doing the leverage for the buttocks region, and it's this leverage that is saving this rig, although it's not perfect, but it helps a lot. So if you compare it the other side, which already doesn't have this rig, you see the difference, right? Yeah, very different. So this is nearly close to a good rigging solution, I'd say, while the other is sort of a nightmare, right? So with more wave painting, with some with more detailed wave painting, and perhaps even another bone than to stretch the type, so to try to solve the volume loss here, right, around the types. This is very annoying. So yes, it's complicated, even though it sounds pretty simple as I say. Oh, just make another helper bone that will push very slightly this some waves there. The chance that it will take a lot of work is clear, because actually as we add more, you have to deal with the ratios, and there are many shared ratios there. I found another technique which we can use for this particular thing, which is I'll mention, but I have to make another live for it. It is the we can cheat on the ratios if we use a hook modifier. So we can have a vertex group that is related to a bone that is not a deformed bone, and so that its vertex group will work like not with the skinning algorithm. It will allow for pushing the vertices or pulling the vertices in, controlled by that bone according to the own ratio of that vertex group of that bone. And then we have deforms that are not correspondent to the skinning algorithm. They are other sort of deforms, and they are much easier to pull the mesh around. The problem with that is that yeah, I had a problem with that. The mirror, it doesn't work with mirror modifier. So apparently the mirror modifier must be applied, otherwise this technique doesn't work. And so yes, I could let's see if I can I reproduce this. No, because I don't have a hook modifier, but we can try to let's make a, since I was talking about that, let's try to reproduce this. This is a dead file anyways. I have something better. This was just for historical purpose. So let's do something here. So first, okay, so this bendy bone. Oh, another thing important. Yes, this I wouldn't have done this with a bendy bone spline like this thing, but since I had this contraption that wasn't really working for the complex joint before, maybe it was helping on the side bending a little. Yeah, it helps. Spline skinning can help a little, but it won't do the leverage. You need to do it manually. And so what I want to say is that you don't need a bendy bone spline to do that. You don't need spline skinning. This leverage is very mechanical stuff. Just get a bone. If you don't have a spline, a bendy bone spline, just get a bone, normal bone. No need. Okay, so this is what happens if we don't have a spline skinning here. You say it just works, right? No, nothing. But with the spline skinning, maybe it's a little better. All right. So currently, yes. Okay. So now it's not a deformed bone, but if I go on right, on this mode, right, on wave painting mode, we see that if we can select the vertices, right? This bone is called def leg hips BB left. Yeah, that's it. So this is this bone's name, and this is its vertex group. But currently this vertex group is doing nothing because yeah, simply because it's not a deformed bone. I toggled that off. All right. So what I'm gonna do is that I'll have to apply the mirror modifier, whatever, and then actually not yet. I'll show you that it doesn't work. So I'll add a hook modifier, but first I'll get this thing. This you see, if we go on wave paint mode, it's this vertex group. Okay, then so beware, those do not assign here, because it will assign everything to 1 here. No, that's not what I want. I made a Control Z. I want exactly that, the vertices on their particular waves. The problem here is that as we select individually, this doesn't change here. So we can't see from the edit mode. Maybe, yeah, we can see from here, right, the waves of the selected vertex, right? Yeah, on a particular vertex group, this one, right? So yeah, but not here. And of course, the best way to see that is on wave paint mode. Anyways, so I get this on edit mode. I made the selection. Then I control hook. Oh, actually, hold on. I don't want to use a how do you say, an empty object. So I select the bone on the armature. Then I think I have to have the armature selected, but since I'm not sure, let's try. Then Control H for control hook, for hook. Actually, it's somewhere where would that be? Mesh hook. I don't even know where it is. I just know it's it should be hooks. Yeah, hook to new objects, hook to selected object bone. I'm not sure if that, well, that created the, no, it failed. So yes, we need to have the, you see there's the bone in the selection. I need to have the double selection. All right. Then Ctrl H, select to select object bone, selected object bone. So there we go, the hook modifier. And now what happens is that this bone, it doesn't require to be a bendy bone. It affects the other side because doesn't matter, because the symmetry. But this, in this case, so what we're gonna do is, as yeah, let's check the hook modifier. Probably the hook modifier is not working because of the mirror, and it doesn't matter if I hide or put it, it will, the hook modifier must go, I think, before the armature. Now I don't remember this, we'll see, but okay, I'll delete the, now I want to prove that it doesn't work with mirror modifier. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I pick the bone, and of course it's not happening because, okay, we see I pose the bone. Actually, I'll have to delete these things, right? All right, let's delete this. Now the bone is free to move. Of course it's moving the other side because I have some, I was a mirror controlling for posing. Okay, so it's not working, and it's not working because of the mirror modifier. Now it's, wait, I didn't, okay, too bad. Let's, I don't, yeah, this is probably some bad interaction, right? So let's apply the mirror modifier. That's, this is new to, okay, so I don't know what's going on. So this kinda, well, my example was disrupted. Well, basically, you can do some deforms with the hook modifier, which aren't equal to the deforms. Yeah, that will waste too much time. Or maybe I should do something easier. But let's continue on the other way. Sorry, folks, that was a lot of confusion. So what was, I'll show that in a moment. Okay, so this I have already shown. Let's go back on the other 57. Oh, I have tried that one. That was sounded promising, but then buttocks were really bad. The others were fine though, I think. Oh, actually, this is not a rest position. This is the rest. So this was before I made the change. So, but I've tested that and it was interesting. But no, the buttocks were too much compromised. Even though for front bending and normal bend it would be okay, right? So interesting one, but not enough for me. Not good enough for what I want to do. So let's see here. Okay, I think here we are no, that's the same one there. And this, yeah, so this is what I have now. I have made other attempts and I've deleted. So now I'm working on this file, Neo-Vetruvianism 58, and then what is going on here is that I'm fixing the mesh geometry and mesh topology for this new rest position. and I've had to make really important assessments here. I was already concerned about the phase loops there, but now I found something even more interesting. So now I've understand something critical about mesh topology for better deforms regarding the whole region, right? The whole hips region, but especially around, yes, there are things bad still, but here particularly you see there's some excessive volume here that I need to control, you know, make it because there's, maybe I can use some other, maybe it's just wave painting, right? So in any case, I believe it would be much easier to solve with some helper bone system, because the really difficult thing about solving the other helper bone system problematic is because of interpenetrations and areas where the mesh start to, you see, start to yeah, so this could be complicated here, but yeah, so this is the kind of thing that can get complication. Volume loss is also complicated, but this leg I'm not working with so yet. So actually I was testing, of course, the deforms, and that's why I was able to understand better how to get, we have a leverage system here, yes, with that bendy bone. So what I found out is that you see there's a, in the human body, usually we want, human figure, human anatomy, we usually want that the flesh connects, like here, from the buttocks to the back of the leg. So all this skinning was working very bad for this character before I've made some radical changes in these edge flows. So at some point I decided that I would have to improve this lateral region by having more edge loops going somewhere like that way. But this one is new, not those ones, though this was already implemented. But then I started to find out that one of the reasons this mesh was getting really bad here is still not good, you see. I would like to have even maybe this going directly straight there. So of course this probably won't, we could do an experiment here so that I could show that, and maybe it's a new discovery. But currently you'll see the edge flows, how they are going. So this one is going there, so maybe that's fine, at least for now. Then this is okay, but this could go elsewhere too. But look at this one. So this one goes straight up, so it's really like it's twisting here. And then this is nearly already the inside of the leg, and it goes surrounding the buttocks, the butt cheek. And here another case where it does all this looping around, all this surrounding shape here. So what it does, if we see the leg on this pose, you see that, let's do something here, let's show it better, right? I'll get all this in a normal mesh. I'll get this in blue. We'll get that one, okay, that doesn't count. That one in red, or whatever, brown, I don't know which color is this one. And then here, okay, we can go blue again. And these we can go yellow. Here, yes, here, so it goes inside. Okay, this is more normal, but it gets some twist right? We could get it to go there, but then I've decided, no, let's go directly to the crotch. Let it go die in the crotch region, and this is an old one, probably is going there. Okay, so if we check here, we see all that flowing mesh, and here, very interesting. And this secures, well, you see that the problem still occurs despite this, so it's this one mesh topology won't solve everything, but it makes things better. It makes the mesh to flow in better ways, and that helps in the deforms. So this was my last finding on this region. And of course I was considering making some new experimentation here where I would get this one particularly connect here. So let's, since we have it here, let's do it right now. And let's dissolve that, and then I could do that. Then here we could, how we finish this off, maybe something like that. Oh, this is a pentagon. Well, I don't need to fix this 100%, right? So yeah, so oh, and that one, yeah, so we could get this one too to connect to the merge at first there. No, it's not that I wanted. Dissolve vertice. I want this to terminate here, and for that I need this one to go here. Dissolve edge. Okay. And yeah, you see it doesn't solve, but the fact that some phase loops are taught differently, are made differently, can actually help in certain shapes in around this region. So for example, here you see there's this useless bulge happening here. Of course this is because I've made some very bad stuff there. No guarantee this will be enough. Yeah, it's all messed up right now, but if I connect, yeah, then it starts to be something about wave painting, right? No matter what I do here, there'll be like a double butt here. But so the idea is that some developments here, like more straight, like the idea is to get this thing shaped straight and cross the buttocks region in ways that are sort of diagonal, so we can change these shapes, and the continuation, if we let the flow have some power, it will terminate in it will kind of help in this thing, see. But of course we need necessarily to keep working with that with the leverage system that I've mentioned, and other systems that could exist, and wave painting, of course. So in here we see there the problem of volume loss exists. I'm gonna and here there are some distortions that I need to do something about the lag here. Fortunately we see, despite the subdivision surface modifier, so we see what's happening here. I don't have a clear idea how I'm gonna solve this, but despite all this craziness, with the subdivision, it's not so bad, right? So let's look where is the leverage system here. Let's show you how it is working in this case. It's the same as before. Hold on. So I'm still working on that, and I was focusing on the mesh topology, right? So with good results. If you, yeah, I should show you how it was before. It was apparently good enough mesh topology, but I had some disadvantages. So let's see. You see how the mesh topology is. I have basically this is one, then okay, we have this, okay. You see, it's all too squared. Although the phase loops, they go some crossing, right? It's really not that fabulous, right? It's not. It's fine, but what I did on my later sounded much more dynamical for the kind of deforms that I want, and it looks much better also in terms of mesh topology. And so there are some curious phase loops. Yes, so anyways, I've made a lot of changes and I was exploring, and yeah, that's it. So let's see now the leverage system, right? I was struggling because I couldn't find the armature. Of course, it was hidden. And now the tip bone and the help bone, and okay, so we have this system here. And what it to do is, there you see the leverage. So the rotation here, maybe, yeah, I wasn't paying attention I was just paying attention to this, right? So there are things here that I could probably, this won't do anything if it has a, yeah, I didn't change it. I was just concerned about the, we can make changes here to, this bone constraint just means so that it will follow the type, you see. But then, because it is changing, some rotations here are, what happened to, maybe I need to reset this thing, I'm not sure, but yeah, this bendy bone here, a bendy bone spline here, makes the things much more complicated. But it can. I still my tests suggest that with the leverage system it will work fine. I have, yeah, I remember what I did. Let's push that. Okay, this is not driven anyway, so I could have this also on a before original. Okay, so this is switchable, but because it used the same bone, oh, I see what's happening. Because this thing leverages, of course this origin will be changing all the time too. It will make the bone stretch. Yes, okay, so this bone is rotating. You see that rotation, and it is being leveraged. There are some other transform rotation. There's just, yeah, two rotations there. So there are two transformation bone constraints. One for rotation, So it takes the input of the rotation, negative rotation of the type, or I think the mechanism type. Then yes, it had in this rig accurate X thing, so quaternion. Then yeah, okay. So I made sure I could use rotation on X, local space for this thing, right? Owner local space also, so it will use its own, right? Very simple. So it would go, it will rotate this way, and it will rotate sort of tilt in this case. Not sure that's what I mean, but anyways, it whatever rotation, slight rotations, it would help twisting this mesh of the buttocks to help in the leverage, but also in regard the volume loss. Of course, it's not enough, because whatever we do here with just this helper bone, it's not that simple to solve the volume loss. So there are two problems, right? One is a natural problem of the rig, which is the leverage of the buttocks. So this is something that can be helped. We need to this mechanism. So this is my fundamental finding in all this thing. I knew that thing, but I couldn't think well enough about it until all the problems I was facing lately, trying to find other things. So by trying to find other things related to this problem, I found out that the real problem with this buttocks rig is its lack of leverage for the dorsal of the spine, the buttocks region also. And so this is what would solve a simple system of leverage of a helper bone, because you cannot leverage the spine, right? Yeah, it will be dangerous. Yes, we can leverage the spine if provided doesn't leverage the type, but then leveraging the spine, every mesh there, just because of this motion, feasible, right? Because there are some, we see there are some deforms there, so it's plausible, but it's not exactly what it's more a region that needs leverage for the muscles and shapes of the flesh that happens behind, even bones. So we see that depending on certain things, yes, also the transformation here suggests for me that it is, yeah, it moves. Yeah, I was taking profit of this. So it moves to the side very slightly, and it also moves. Oh, it moves. What is this? Oh, front. Yeah, it moves in this direction slightly. Yeah, in that direction. But you see, perhaps this direction is not too bad for the deforms. Yeah, but there's a reason I've chosen the other direction. Yes, it is important for, it helps leverage, but at some point we can see that it doesn't help the volume loss there. So we could tweak those things, and of course we can tweak wave painting. So the problem is that this bone, yeah, that's why having some waves there can be problematic, because then, oh, I'm solving this, but then we are not solving that. And of course we must make sure that all these are not affecting the other way around. But for this, because this is spline skinning, it occurs that it actually helps a little on making the other deforms not so bad. And also it's not so bad because, well, here it is, but not here is kind of okay, but a lot of interpenetration. but it's also working not so bad there, because of course this is the rest position for the mesh. So another technique that I found, that but for the helper bone made with the leverage thing and being a bendy bone spline, we won't need to suppress the vertex group. Otherwise, if this leverage of the buttocks in terms of ratios affect the rest on front bending, then we could use the technique that I have been exploring. I've shown on some previous live, the revolutionary technique, which isn't yet revolutionary, but maybe will never be. But vertex weight mix before the armature modifier, what it does is that I could totally suppress with a driver the vertex group of the deformed bone, of the bendy deformed bone here. And so, for example, as the leg rotated in this direction, front, it would lose in half, like as it reached the middle point of the rotation of the thigh, it will simply, well, lose all its, like, zero, so it stopped influencing the ratios. And this is possible. In this case I don't need that, because as I said, the spline skinning, this spline here actually helps. If it were something else, maybe it still work, because this is not a critical case, I think. It would be a critical case of helper bone if it was a bone like in the middle of the thigh, or that affect. Yeah, so, and maybe I'm having better results here anyways because of this new rest position. So you see, even if it's not spline skinning, it's still not totally compromising the pose, right? And I can check here right now. Yeah, actually it could be better without it, right? So this would be if this bone wasn't bendy bone, it didn't have spline skinning, right? That would be the case. Of course, we can also make that these would transform in different ways to compensate. So no problem, we maintain the ratios, right, around the vertices, the wave paint ratios. We don't suppress them, but we have these yeah, I'm not saving the pose, but we make additional changes as on the opposite direction. This I've made on my tutorial on complex joint, but very long tutorial. What I didn't know there is that I was suffering, or I learned eventually, that there were deforms on one side that were affecting, because of the ratios, the other side in bad ways that I wouldn't want. And so now I know how to solve this by having this thing. Let's give an example here. So let's say, let's load, right, because this is got too complicated. Let's get the okay, again, armature, and the tip and the helper bone, that's it. And I just want this and this. No, these are this just hide, it's just this that I want. Yeah, okay, these ones, fine. So what I could do with a demonstration of how that would work is the following. finally a good demonstration. So I would take this. So what's happening here? Okay, there's a front bending here, sort of. Yeah, there's a front bending, and then I get the mesh. I get before the armature modifier, I get a vertex mix. So let's put it after the mirror modifier. Then what happens here? Let's say it's this vertex group. Sorry, this one from that bone. So it will be affected by an empty vertex group. Yeah. So and it would replace vertex group A with that. But in which circumstance? There's the influence. And is this correct? So you see, as we put the vertex group after the armature modifier, nothing happens, because although it would change. Yeah, let's show it in real time. No, what's happening here? Alright, it wasn't selected. Okay, so you see this is changing, right? But nothing is happening because the armature modifier is before this, so it's not calculating this. We need to put this before, and now what happens is that, you see, now I'm suppressing this thing, and when the global influence is at maximum, it suppresses. I could use another. I could replace totally this vertex group with another. Or I could create a new vertex group that will interact with that one. It will be vertex group B, some targeting here. I'm not gonna make it because it will take time, so I've learned I could replace with empty stuff. It will be like an empty group, and that's it. If I replace this, it will, or maybe multiply. Let's see what's, yeah, same thing. It's like we are interacting with that, adding one do nothing, right? Subtract with do nothing because there's nothing. Division, yeah, this could get some. Okay, but the idea here is replace, because I can just neutralize it. I could target another one. I could make this become the waves of the type for no apparent reason. Yeah, that doesn't matter here. It's crazy. There are possibilities are large, but it's very hard actually to get a good case used for this. Here's a good case, folks. If you are working with armature deform and you want to suppress a vertex group, then you do this. And then what we get, I'm drinking coffee meanwhile. So we need to drive that value, the global influence. Then we pick something like, yeah, put 0 here. I will use the armature. I want the local. I always get these options wrong for some reason. Local space. Then this will be the mechanism type left. Okay, X. I don't know the value here that I need, but I'm trying to remember. Okay, let's try this. So as the type rotates, you'll see some changes there. Yes. Okay, so yeah, you see there, it starts to grow. I want some more. Why it's negative there? Why the negative gets large value? Maybe Okay, let's start with the negative and then start to grow like okay, it's like the inverse, so it needs to start positive and perhaps minus or multiply, I don't know. Multiply, no, minus 6 as it go, no, oh, that's a large value, but it's negative, and that's strange, right? Yeah, I get too confused with drivers. I try to avoid them, but here I'm just trying to. Okay, something like that. The var starts negative because the type rotates positive and negative, I think, and so here as we get negative var variable negative multiplied by a negative value, it would get a positive value. Actually, there's another thing they are negative, so yeah, this is even redundant. Yeah, it's redundant, of course, because here it would be negative, and so I mean here this rotation of the type is a negative one, so you put a multiplication negative, it's enough, and then this is the variable itself, so when it varies to negative we get this positive value. No, so maybe this is the positive rotation after all, so yeah, we get crazy with that, and then for some reason I always get this wrong, and I'm concerned. Where is the problems? I can even test this. Okay, so it seems that this rotation is indeed the positive. Okay, well, really confused. Of course, this pose doesn't help also to calculate this thing. But you see what that does. That's incredible. That's fantastic. So if we ever need to suppress the form of helper bone, we can do this with that thing. Of course, this was just for the left side, so we might have 1, 2 just for a set. Then if we need to do this for more, this will grow rapidly, right? A lot of them before the armature modifier, but that works, folks. So this is kind of very cool, right? There should be better application, more interesting applications, certainly. For now, I was looking for an application. I'm gonna even save this because this is a proper example of an application, so I'll give something like application whatever, but I'll discard that. Let's go back to what I was working on, and so yeah, that's it, folks. That was lots of explanation and little work done in the progress that I was making here. But now I want to address this properly. So there are a lot of things that I need to fix after having this pose. For the arm also, there are a lot of things here that, yeah, that change was very bad for me, because then I had, oh, let me fix something. I want to know why always when I select this, the eyelashes don't get selected. It's as they were not connected, and usually they are. Selected link. Oh, seam. This is because of the seam. Okay, so this is not normal would select. So alright, so maybe this seam is not a good thing, right? Because of this, at least for now, right? So let's make something. I made this to help me, and actually it's creating some minor issues in my. This is an eyebrow that, because of the mirror modifier, doesn't have where to shrink wrap to. Let's. Too much things here. Let's get my. Okay, something like that. No, not that. Let's try to. Okay, why the head region, eyes region doesn't include this mesh, right? Maybe because I've redone it or made some changes. Anyways, let's fix this. So I'm fixing a lot of things, right? Because now I'm taking serious. After so many experimentations here, I'm now satisfied with that rest position. I believe it will be a good one to work with, definitively. And then I have to fix all the bones, everything that as best as I can. If it turns out that I see no reason, but if for some reason I cannot fix the mechanisms, not the deforms. This is good for deforms. This I'm sure of. But if I cannot fix some aspects of the mechanism of the rig, I'll have to revise stuff there, then certainly I should reconsider everything. I hope that I won't have any trouble with that and everything will go smoothly, but I'll need to really reassess properly the things. So let's see here. What am I doing here? There's the head. I need to. Yeah, let's lock all these things. Why am I able to select this? Oh no, this is here. Okay, it's here. So eyebrow. Alright, I was working on the eyebrow in some previous presentation. So what I need here, what I was doing, yes, I remember. So we need to change those seams, right? So clear seam, and let's get, yeah, since we are here also, let's, I could add mark sharp there, and also of course this is already marked sharp. This is a single edge loop, mark sharp. This one is the last of this, so that's okay to mark seam. There's a change of material there, so yeah, I should mark seam everywhere, but I'm not yet on that part of the character making, unfortunately. I wish I were, but I have too much things to work with yet with the Okay, and there is also the inner border for the eyelids. So let's hide this and hide this, which are just here actually. It's hard to see. Here is one, and here's the other. Then it starts to connect with that one that is already marked. So of course maybe this is bad for the purpose of rendering. I'm not sure, but this mark sharp. Alright. So at least I figured out what was going wrong there. Let's go now on something else. Yes, there is this arm twisting. Unfortunately, as what's happening now? Why the mesh? Okay. Oh, I was using, I guess it was it, right? I was using that hide steps, right? Add-on. It's free. Their tutorial for it. It will allow you to hide thing in multiple steps, just as the add-on says. So if I say hide this, then I hide this, then I hide this, then if I unhide, it unhide one by one. It stacks to 7 I gave, but the stacks can go further more. So yeah, so let's try to hide stuff here. My keyboard has a problem with the A key. Again, it don't. Okay, so there's definitely something wrong about this. But it cannot be. You see, it's connected. Okay, I'm gonna save and I'm gonna see if vertices. Yeah, there's no duplicated vertex. Maybe it's not. Okay, now it worked. Normal. Normal won't allow. What is normal? Delimit. Select liquid. Material. Seam. Sharp. Oh, there's a sharp one. Good. UV. Normal. The normal. What is the term? Oh, I see. Norm, of course, because those normals are inverted for yeah, they are not. The normals are facing this direction. You'll see here. That's why I was never selecting this, because my L selection was on normal, but actually I want. For this work I want UV, because I don't have UV yet. It's just one thing, I believe. So what are the normals? Normal on edit, no, face orientation. There we go. This one should be selected though. So let's make a maybe some errors there. Anyways, recalculate outside, flip, recalculate outside, flip, this should be the correct thing. Then as, yeah, I think this is more like I could make a double view for this, but this appears black. These eyelashes are black, so I'm not, I don't think I need them to. Okay, so now I am looking at the face orientation. Yeah, so you see there's no real, it doesn't become transparent or whatever, so it kind of works. Let's go back to our stuff here. Alright, so and now at least, yes, now we can make this mystery is over. I remember why I was mysterious. Alright, never mind. Something is weird here. It's like okay, it doesn't, now it doesn't want, oh, it go back to normal. So it means that this is flipped wrongly. Could be, should be. No. Blender, I think Blender is trying to get me crazy, right? Because UV, there's UV there. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I know now. For some reason there are UV unwrapped in some bizarre way. I never unwrapped this thing for a long time. Maybe I did something by mistake, right? So let's, okay, so how do I clear the UV here? There's a UV map. Mesh data, UV maps. Let's delete this UV map. Okay, now that's fine. Probably a mistake at some point. So let's start again. Hide this part, then hiding head stuff, then for, yes, adjusting these mesh, because there are some twisting and deformation on the arm. I must make sure this is okay, the twisting is understandable, so it's not incorrect for this rest pose. It's just a little complicated to visualize because this card doesn't have like muscles, everything, so it's very well shaped, or so it's not like that simple to understand what should happen to this character. So we have, of course, this would be the armpit, but actually after the change, what I want for the armpit should be more like here, right? I could get for the elbow some sort of what about this? Yeah, there's some here or more like there? Maybe just on one side. Those... Wait. I'm getting... Yeah, I'm getting it wrong. It is... yeah, it's here. So confusing. Usually I have a better mark sharp. This more like a localizator, right? Yeah, this don't know. Should check later. But for now, I'll just use something like here. Yeah, certainly those mark sharps are bad. Maybe here, just here, mark sharp. Clear sharp. And why not? Maybe here too. Alright, so this is good as a localizator. The twisting here, I believe, on this pose, let me see my own arm. Yeah, so the armpit actually goes forward in this pose, but the problem is that this is not like a pose that Blender would understand, right? So it shouldn't... I shouldn't reproduce this pose just that as it would be in reality. It's like, well, let's twist this less. This is more a twist of the forearm. Yeah, it's correct. Maybe this pose would be simpler if the arms were like the forearm was bent the other direction, outwards. So and then this would mean that this will be easier to solve. Right now, I've checked. There should be a slightly forward tilt on the armpit. I'll try to reproduce it. Oh, there's a chat. Hold on. Hi, bro from India. Hello, sir. Is Blender rigging stuff? Yes, it can be. Let's say, organic rigging is usually a complex subject. Oh, I am writing. I can speak. Okay. I don't know if you're still... I've just seen the chat right now, so sorry. So yes, what I'm doing here is organic rigging, so rigging character, right? Organic rigging for good deforms on characters, right? Realistic or even cartoon, to have good stretch and squash, depending on the style, can be quite complicated. And organic rigging in general is complex thing. It's not necessarily hard. For example, if you rig robots, machines, hard surface stuff, right? Organic is usually complex, but depending... I'm gonna write because maybe someone else would also get the idea. But depending on the 3D character style, it's not difficult. And in the case of Blender, there are some free add-ons also that do the worst of the job for you. such as Rigify add-on with cloud cloud rig feature set extension, or and why not, and maybe also say experimental rigs by Alexander Gavrilov, another extension. I've started learning rigging, especially about 1.5 years ago. Learning from the internet, right? Training, experimenting. Free tutorials, forum discussions, experimenting, helping people on Discord, Blender channels. Yeah, so it takes time. Rigging takes time, in case someone is listening. And let's see. Let's access the chat once again. Where's my... Okay, it's here. Alright, I missed the chat, so sorry folks. Let's at least I leave message. So here I should be more aware next time. Took me 6 minutes to realize there was some message there. Stupid YouTube that doesn't give notifications, sound notifications. Alright, now I really recommend for rigging in Blender in order to be effective, as well as to learn how to rig certain things, characters, right? I really recommend Rigify add-on with Cloud Rig. Because I didn't myself learn Rigify add-on, and now I very well, and now actually that's what I want to do. I want to learn Cloud Rig and some other extensions, like I said, experimental sets by Alexander Gavrilov. I know already some. I made a tutorial with that one using spline skinning. It automates spline skinning, so tentacle rig, you know, those spline skinning bone constraint, which is where it is. Let's see, let's pick a bone. Yes, add spline skinning. Yes, spline IK bone constraint, and you target a curved object. Very complicated to set up, and that experimental sets by Alexander Gavrilov for that you add to Rigify add-on, just as Cloud Rig. There are extensions, they are free. You find them on Blender manual. Look for Rigify in animation and rigging, and then you see the extensions, and then you feature sets, and you find free extensions there. One I've never used, Sessin. I'm not sure. I think it's about game engines or old how do you say, I'm not sure what is it for, but it should bring up some different rig types and meta rigs, preset meta rigs. Yeah, so I want to, my goal actually in rigging, besides continue making this kind of experimental things and tutorials, and developing some content, my goal is to also learn how to make sort of custom rigs inside Rigify add-on. So I could, all that I do already, or not all that I do, but things that I know how to do normally, I would like to make them using Rigify add-on. So I want to use the workflow of the Rigify add-on with the extensions, but at the same time I want to be able to build stuff of my own using rig types and also not using rig types. And I've learned from Cloud Rig that there's a rig type that apparently allows for tweaking the generation of the rig, probably in the direction of some customization. It's tweak rig type apparently, but I really don't know the details how it would be used, but I think I got the idea. It should be powerful rig type for the thing that I want to do. And the cool thing is that whatever extension of Rigify add-on we have, there's these rig types, additional rig types, and we can then combine everything to make something crazy, and some Frankenstein, whatever. And okay, let's continue here. Let's get this thing right. So we need here to bring up, okay, I remember the twisting, right? So there is this armpit that for this starting rest position of the mesh, it should have more like this kind of, let's see how it is now. Yeah, it's very slightly, but it should be more. I shouldn't be using this right now. This could go a little more here. Let's see. Let's reuse this thing, and alright, so I'm already getting that original position of the armpit correct in regarding real naturalistic reference. I used myself as a reference. I always use reference if you even if you can use yourself as reference for hand, for very useful. If you can't see, you can touch, you can feel, you can use a mirror or multiple mirrors, whatever. It's very relevant. Sometimes you have some doubt or some questions. It's very important to have to develop in that direction. The art, nature is the artist herself or itself, so we can always learn from naturalistic intervention. Just look to yourself, to your own body, or to someone that you can that is around, that allows you to investigate. This for animation too, right? Professional animators can use techniques for observation of motion, right? So it's the same thing as drawing and sculpting and whatever. We use naturalistic observations. You just need eyes or senses, and yeah, so yeah, this mesh here on the problem that I'm doing here, that this is a little blind work, because I'm not sure if by doing this I would be making a good results for the overall deform. So I should not be too I should be a bit careful here, because I'm not testing poses. I'm just remaking the, of course, the good thing is that anyways this is the rest, the new rest position. So this means that whatever happens, well, this, I'm sorry, this is the rest position. This is the one which has priority, and if it's not looking good, then it must look good, otherwise I wouldn't make it. So it's very important that, and then whatever deforms happen elsewhere, this pose was planned, was made this way precisely, so that the other deforms would be easier to fix or immediately fixed by, yeah, that's it. So here so there are many advantages in getting a good a different rest position for the mesh for rigging, and this is why this character has this so weird rest position. It's actually good for acrobatic leg bending. Actually we'll have to solve the rig for the different bendings, but there will be some facilitations on certain aspects. There are, the bad thing about it is that it requires additional implementations to, for example, this is the rest position, but the character can have a T-pose, right? And so the alignment with world space is not so intuitive, so we might have some complications, but it's perfectly feasible, but it's not that easy. It's better, I'm struggling a little right now. I'm a bit concerned that certain things I won't be able to solve very well. They are confusing. Why do I have this extra face loop here? I think I don't require this edge loop, excessive one. There's already, yeah, same here. I think I have, I'm trying to simplify the, I'm trying to, whatever I can get with the simplest. This is my new approach here. Unless there is some there are shapes that I really cannot fix. Yeah, this one also I think is unrequired. What about this one? Even this one, pff. Yeah, not really. You see, not, it was just unnecessary. Much better now. Yeah, so simplification. You see the hand mesh, it's crazy, right? But low poly, but as soon as we get something, wow, look at that, really good, right? I've seen this on some tutorials, some ideas. You get, those are just blocky fingers. There are four face. Let's duplicate. Here we go. It's just that. and with a single subdivision surface, it's enough to get good shapes. Of course, it's a bit of abstraction work here, because we have to, of course, we can toggle, but it's a bit, and we can use, of course, these features here, right? On cage and edit mode options. Yeah, it could be using this. This could be a good application for this use. This one could be better, but then it's a bit, for me it's a bit confusing. There are two yeah, I missed the X-ray, is a bit strange. Think the vertices start to disappear. I don't like very much. Yeah, you see there, where's my vertex? Maybe there's a way to get it better. I just find it too confusing, so if I were to use, unfortunately, so maybe this one is the best for what I'm doing. And okay, let's work on that. The problem is that I want to see the real shape, so maybe that's the original shape, I mean. So let's give it a try. Maybe there's advantage, since I'm certainly going to use the subdivision surface. What is this face loop? Okay, it go all around the... No. It goes and then it goes back. I've lost what I had there. No, I didn't lost. This was... Alright, so it's a bit confusing now. They're the twisting, right? But it's not wrong, it's just different. So maybe here also face loops that I can dissolve. And this should be larger. Not too larger though. No, I didn't want to open whatever this is. Alright, so that kind of worked for simplification, but there's still... Yeah, there's a better shape before, but I probably can reproduce it. This one, I believe it should be important, but maybe not. Yeah, so the one that I would be looking for would be just... Yeah. Exactly, that's a lot of simplification. Here I don't think I can dissolve that. What's this? Why I can't... No, what happened? Oh, there's no, this is not a pentagon. Let's go and oh, I see what's happened there. Alright, so maybe push this to this direction. This is bizarre, that's why but if it works, that's what counts. Maybe larger. Yeah, this should be larger. Yeah. This could certainly protrude backwards. There's already some expression there for this, the dorsal region. Some shapes there, muscles, and that bone there, don't remember the name. Some contraction there. Yeah, beautiful shapes there. Maybe this is too exaggerated. No, I like it. Then perhaps this could. Yeah, I really like these twist shapes, but I fear it's too much contraction there. It's a rest. It's still a rest position, right? This should be tiny space there on this kind of I had a mesh topology here which was different, that allowed me for tweaking something here in a different way. Now unfortunately I don't have this anymore, and so I don't know, maybe I should bring that back. There's some interesting shapes that can be developed from better different mesh topology on that region. There's the clavicle. Yeah, definitely. Even on a stylized character, this could be cool. I think I'm missing that, right? But this is not the case now. There's no much mesh topology here. Mesh geometry I can delete right now. Those are very critical face loops, right? Yeah, this gets too much into the structure of the face loops, so I can't really. Shape-wise, it could work, but mesh topology-wise, I think it would be a bad idea. Let's see, maybe I can simplify other things as we go. Here, the shape of the torso, I think, is... Oh, I'm not on proportional editing. It's kind of... I have lost something regarding the overall shape, so I think there is the thoracic cage, or that should be slightly larger, but then for the character design I need to revise that. Usually it should be somewhere around there. The shape here is not very nice. Yeah, this is too much of a curve here after the this part is nice, but maybe it's also too exaggerated. Maybe this is okay to be pointy like that. We should make sure, however, that we don't mess stuff too much in the but again, if it looks good on the subdivision, then that should be the priority. Maybe there should be exceptions, right? But yes, this is a good thing to... It's cool to be able to exaggerate those shapes there. Here I must be extra careful because I always am having the how do you say, I'm always having the clipping feature, clipping everything on the in the middle, and then the only way to get it back, I have to subdivide. Really annoying. And if I don't see the vertex, there's a grand chance as I approach this they will get clipped. See, this is almost clipping. Yeah, so that part is very dangerous to deal with. Okay, so I have this problem here with the crotch being too protruded and persistent on the deform. So this is probably a dynamic thing to fix with wave painting, and maybe even if I require solve it with helper bone or whatever. This is not the problem. This is another thing that you see. I'm most fixing the rest pose anyways, because I'm determined to use this new rest position, right? So rigging stuff will be later. I'm almost done with that, with everything here, I think. What about this face loop? Can it be dissolved? Yeah, this is one that could be dissolved, but then these would make what is there though? I need to check. It's like I can see with the leg that way. I'll need the armature. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, that's the one that goes, is the one to the middle. So this is, I don't know, I left like that and it's working, so never mind. So no, this is not yeah, this is not a dissolvable one. This was the one I was considering. If I dissolve, yeah. Well, it is dissolvable. It's just another, but then I don't know how will behave the joint. So yeah, okay, there's maybe unnecessary to dissolve that, but it could be cool. Yeah, I'll find that later eventually if I remember. And then yeah, I'm afraid that I see something horrible happening, and then whatever I have to do to reconsider all that I was. Yeah, so the now the I key is really messed up. So you see where I have to pose the so yeah, let me try to solve this kind of stuff right now. There are some keyframes, but I don't want them. Let's save that. Let's pick some, try to pick some rest pose. Of course, let me use this thing. So you see there is a volume loss there, but maybe also on the whole leg, but this is not that. I think I can fix this in different ways. It shouldn't be happen that much though. There's probably something yeah, actually there's a lot, but it even makes strange character design, but I want to see what I can do through that thing. Of course, there are some twisting of the mesh that might be responsible in a great deal for what's happening there, right? This kind of rolling all crazy is probably part of the problem. So first thing that I need to do is that, so the pole target is there, right? I need to get the, no, this is not the bone that I need. So this is the master leg, right? So we align it with some, could be with that bone, right? Then I switch direction, Alt F, which is let's put screencast on. Then let's reset roll, clear roll, but no, doesn't help. I want that direction. All right. According to my previous experience, something like this. Right. So why? Okay, that's. Now, of course, this bone is parented to there, so let's change this. Let's also give it the same orientation. Let's put it, in principle, it should be okay if it is aligned. So This was what I was talking about, SX0. Actually, this go more to the middle. Let's see, X0. No, not working. Oh, I need to. Okay. SX0. There we go. So it's working. More to probably. What happened there? I accidentally created additional bones. Alright, so what is happening here? Now is probably the where has gone the, it's probably some bone constraint, right? Dump track? No, dump track couldn't do that. The oh, it's there. Okay. Should reconsider also those custom shapes for the pole targets. Okay, so why it is so far up? It's parented to what? Master leg? Relations to the knee pole. Oh, it's parented to the other. Okay, so this one, should it be knee pole? What is this knee pole thing? Must be some mechanism bone that is I should check my other previous rig just to see how things are. Okay, so this goes, of course in this case it is aligned with world space, but it is facing this direction, is facing like the foot. Alright, all those contraptions facing, okay, aligned with the foot. This it can't be rotated. It could have been like that, perhaps, not sure, maybe slightly, but doesn't matter. This one certainly. Then what the, I have just this, and it is mech nipple. Oh, I see. Of course I know what that is. Alright, now this is from a tutorial. This is an idea. Alright, let's go back. So of course this is the wrong positioning for this. This bone should be actually anywhere, like, let's say this is the, it should be, even I can align it with it, and actually no, let's keep it aligned like that. What happens is that I can just put it there, and then on some local, no, how can I do this? Is there a way to move this perpendicular to that bone? It would be normal, but normal to that bone. I don't think this is possible, so what I can do in this case is just create a new bone, then rotate xn, then scale, and then use this, and then this, and here, no, I forgot, wrong position here, and then I can delete this, and here no, something went wrong. No, this is correct. It was just an illusion, or no, perhaps I did something wrong about the, okay, rotate, normal, then scale. No, that's correct, just cursor to that. Okay, that's it. But this doesn't mean that the role, the pole target is good. But you see, it starts to work. Position here. This is probably, yeah, this is pole target thing, right? What's happening there? Really messed up. What? Yeah, this pole angle is completely twisted, and so there should be different approaches. So first thing, the mechanism bones here. This probably wouldn't do bad if I change these orientations, right? So let's start with, let's tweak this, the front of the leg. What should be? It should be that indeed. So this is not a wrong orientation, right? Let's copy that. This bone already, okay, it should copy that. Now this could have some align here, all right. No, it's Z now is pointing back, so bad thing. But yeah, this is very twisted, so maybe I'll have to change the invert the unless this could be turned backwards, right? So it's a possibility. I don't like this, but to avoid work, I can extra work, then I could fix later. We could do this. No, this is not the pattern that I want, so let's skip that and let's do the hard work. I need to get, because this change just probably, this is the one bad things about making this change of rest position. Lots of things of the bones can go wrong. The orientations, you see the mechanism, very very complicated, but actually this is relatively simple. Let's see. There are a lot of mechanism bones there. Okay, not these ones, we leave for later. I just need to align many of those, not all, but many of those bones to... Yeah, first thing, let's... Okay, the foot has some... What is this? This is... Oh no, this is the nipple. So this is not what I need to assess right now. Some bones have a different... What is this? Control foot roll. Okay, this one. Let's align it with that, and rotate. I'm on normal, so rotate X, negative, rotate X, rotate Z. Yeah, it's rotate Z 90, so its Z-axis is wrong, so but that is the good alignment that I want, except that I want to make this one all the way around. So this is the most complicated thing here, where it looks like these values should be inverted, right? All these, yeah, really annoying. So let's see. This should work though, so let's see. Too much values here. Maybe I can copy them to some random bone there. So I don't have to note there anywhere else. Okay, that should do. So, oh, there's still this one. All right, that was the root bone. So here, let's try the inverse. So first okay, this is the shape we see. Okay, so let's align here with this one. No, not align, sorry. Okay, so the roll thinks that is the correct roll for this, but I disagree. So 180, then let's start yeah, the problem is how these inversions should work. That way, yeah, but we didn't finish. Take off the negative, maybe take off the negative, and oh, I see. It should be this way. So this becomes positive and this becomes negative. No, okay, this in the other way, out, negative. Okay, this should be correct. Then for this 0.2, negative, and 2. So yeah, that sounds like it, just in not sure if it was the correct, but fortunately I have the backup anyways, and this is a backup for now, so I must remember that. I need to compare with the original, but now only Control Z. So let's make a, yes, I've been working, so let's save here, and no, I have the original, I don't need that backup. So let's continue. Then I need to align this with that. Now we start these other crazy alignments here. Rotate X, rotate X, rotate X. This is rotate, okay. Now of course this goes to that direction. Whatever bone, the positioning of the other bones are correct, should be correct, but all their, well, the deformed bones are correct, so this orientation is fine, except that I need to adjust. Right, so this is very wrong. Mac tip roll. I don't remember this bone being so big. Oh, mechanism tip roll, this is correct. But its positioning is very wrong. This should be below. Okay, so some bones here need a radical rotation. They are probably part of why everything, if I have this as a pivot, but we have two pivoting things here, only one should be right. I think I've displaced it, so let's got it back here. Now yes. Yeah, so we pick everything. Yeah, first pivot there, pick everything, and of course they should tilt in. It's okay if we lose the other we won't match right now. We use alignment tools, roll and alignment. So yeah, at least they are all rotated together. So I need to fix the, I don't know how much this rotation is. This was probably an arbitrary rotation, right? Yeah. So whatever the new rotation I make here, I just need to adjust. I need to define a new ones, and then I can. So the way I'm doing this, let's align here. I start with the deformed bones. Yeah, being bendy bones, they don't really help a lot. So this will be straight. Something like that. And so here, this bone already, because I'm rotating on normal, this should be properly aligned. But then there is a problem if, in principle, the mesh should have followed the pivot, the center. So the joint should be, this bone should be on the right joint in terms of location. Maybe it's slightly bad things, but in principle that should be right. So now let's make some alignment. I must make sure that the z-axis here is pointing, yeah, this should be correct. Then this should also take this one. All right, now we start playing. This aligns this exactly. This aligns with this. Now this position should be, if it's not, it should be fine to, oh, I'm doing it right, it's wrong. This is actually this alignment. Okay, so see, this is backwards, makes part of this thing. And those bones, they can be on, they are control mechanism bones, they don't need to be perfectly, they don't have a specific location. They would control offset wherever they are. I just must make sure they are aligned. So the problem here is that yeah, there are some, so this alignment right, they are only, okay, this is aligned, and they are all need to move like a block, these ones here. So yeah, and of course the alignments are yeah, so I don't know if they should be below that, or usually I think if I get it wrong I'll try to fix it, but that's the idea. They should be somewhere like here. And now let's, I don't need to look for everything here. Actually, we can just do something like that. Yeah, so we see that this alignment is already wrong, so let's align. This is the wrong reference. If I cannot switch direction, this will make it lose the parenting. I need at least one that is okay. Let's make one just for for alignment purpose. Okay, and let's reset roll, rotate 90. Yeah, I think this is fine. So this one aligns with this one. This one aligns here. This one can align with this. White is, oh, it's the opposite. Actually, my reference bone is wrong. Okay, this is not a displacement, it's just sort of changing its alignment. It should be the same, yeah, no change, because this is equal alignment to this, so this was correct after all. Except the only thing sometimes is the roll, so maybe the roll can match visually, but it could be like double, like triple, whatever. But no, they are correct. While this roll is -90, -90. Okay, so we are getting it slowly. I don't need this now anymore. I can now have this and that one side roll. I don't know, it's side out. Alright, let's align them here. And then we have this one which aligns with this. No, wrong one. This one is pointing that direction, so this one is aligns with this, and the minor one is the Mactos roll. This aligns here. There we go. So this is really annoying to fix every time we gotta do that. So this is really, but it's perfectly, it's kind of funny. It's just takes some time and focus, right? Then the solution here is to have that bone. Why this bone is not okay? I need to cancel the. Okay, so something is not responding there. I don't know, something broke. Maybe I deleted the wrong one. Yeah, maybe it's as a part, you know, that copy I made. Maybe this, yeah, should, it's something about this bone, the mechanism. It lost the parenting, so usually this should be parented to it, I guess. It lost parent, so yeah, that should be the case. There we go. And then now we have the roll to fix. Of course, this position the pole, I mean the pole this thing really is horrible to see, but I intend to solve it next, to investigate. It shouldn't be that horrible with this rest position. It's probably something about the mesh topology too that I tweaked too much without testing. Now I have to, and also I must tweak the wave painting for this too, for the crotch region. Also something that so you need to assess things step by step, right? Okay, let's look for the pole angle. This gave me a lot of work to solve, and then again, so this is now should be the rest pose. Okay, so we see that this is not going what I want. It's like all inverted, and I'm not sure why. It's going to the, I think it's inverted. Yeah, yeah, that's what's happening. I'll just flip this, and then I'll need to reparent that. And now at least the foot is facing front. This of course is behind, so it needs to be like here, so it's nearly done. Maybe a bit more to the middle. And of course this is the pole angle that is all messed up. So let's see, 90. Okay, for this rig it should be, for this case, it could be something like 110. What do you tell me? 110 sounds feasible. And what about this positioning? Oh, actually, what about this alignment? This should align with the roll of this should align with that. And maybe now, if I redo this step here, right? Yeah, you see now it. Yeah, that was what's happening. So here, now it's aligned. This is the wall bone. This bone will create a invisible wall here as it gets stretched, stretch the bone constraint, and then it will make that the pole target will always stay. Dumped track is just about rotation, so I have an idea. Yeah, it shouldn't have this displacement, so probably I got now to refix that. Maybe this bone could be slightly different now. To back somewhere like in this is better. Okay, you see that all the contraptions of the foot are already more. Yes, there are still things to fix, but starting to get organized. Let's see what I need to do here still. Yeah, a lot of things to do, but again, oh, the pole target, yes, the pole target. Okay, so because of the pole target should stay as it is, but 90 degree. 0, no, this is the opposite, so 180. Oh, now 180 seems to work. So what I could do here, because there's this tilting, I could, yes, there's other stuff going on. Maybe let's see the Ike chain bones. It is possible that I required to address, although there are those things here, lock I key, so there's no reason why those what's going on? Okay, probably, yeah, lock I key, this means it loses the X rotation. Of course, a horrible thing, right? Can't lock X. Now the other has got lock X, so of course we cannot lock X. Alright, so but it has got lock Z, so the idea that I need to do here is to give it an outwards position, no, the opposite, an inwards positioning. So inwards positioning will mean that I leave this as it is, but does this change anything? No, this doesn't. Oh, I see. It's because this bone is parented, it will respond immediately to the parenting, to the transforms of the parenting. And for some reason, although there is this alignment here, the tendency is that it will follow okay, so why it is parent, of course, to this. As it moves, it ends up in this condition. It is aligned with that bone. Maybe because this bone doesn't have a copy alignment, right? So maybe it should have. Yeah, so maybe I was lacking this thing. So let's make a copy rotation only for the y-axis, but this could create some. No, this doesn't create craziness, dependency loop. So local space, yeah, local space or world space, I'm not sure. Before original. No, I'm doing it wrong. Mech type. Oh, it's a mech type. So why it is? Why it is stretching? Oh, maybe, yeah, first it aligns, then it stretches. Okay. So copy rotation. Local space. No, now it goes crazy. It's this parenting, right? Yeah, we can't do this because yeah, poll targets are poll targets, so I cannot parent. So without the parenting I can't. So unfortunately I cannot have it to follow that. Okay, but this is a pole angle thing, right? After the transform. So okay, this change not just orientation so that I know, but of course a bad orientation because this bone should be here. Yeah, so let's try to change the pole target from and it will be better if I only had a few bones. Okay, such as this, right? Then let's see, pole target, what I was doing, yes, here, pole angle, Oh, if I get it aligned with the bone itself, like 90 degrees, then it aligns with it. So that's what, this is more likely what I want. So it's just that its starting position after the parenting is complicated. So let's try to bring it down more. Does it? Yeah, it helps, but oh, I've got, no, this is the right bone to change. All right, this is nearly a proper orientation. So okay, it will have to be. Hello, new to the channel. What are you rigging? Oh, hello, welcome. So I'm rigging this cartoonish character, and I'm experimenting with. Let's look at the eyes. Okay, yes, and yeah, she has clothes too. Hold on, this is. But problems with. I think I forget something about. Wow. Maybe I'll have to reimport. Okay, so I'm rigging this character, and I'm experimenting with some rigging techniques using a different rest position than T pose, A pose, you know, the original ones, because as I was explaining on this kind of videos, I should make a tutorial about this. The rest position is fundamental to the quality of the deforms. The closest, so I've made this pose for the leg, this rest position on edit mode for the leg, so that, thank you. Yeah, this is, I've been doing this, it's a kind of crazy videos, right? But there are some crazy ideas going on, and some work. Eventually this, I'm trying to prove, how do you tell it in English? Proof of concept, right? I'm trying to, and this time I want to make sure that with this rest position, I didn't invent this idea, right? This whole idea, but I'm testing with this rare rest position to see. I believe this is the best one to have more acrobatic deforms with the minimum efforts in terms of rigging. Of course, provide we are able to handle this kind of thing. So thanks for subscribing and watching. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So here I'm fixing this slowly, and I'm new to 3D. Oh yes, rigging can be, especially organic rigging, can be kind of time-consuming activity and complex. Okay. Well, I have a playlist, but the tutorials, most of them I've made last year, they are quite long. They are not like something, oh, I'm gonna learn rigging. No, they are specific topics that are not really something like, if I do that, all this, it's not like a full course. It's more specific topics which are complicated that I found, oh, there's no tutorial about that, let me. But if you're looking to learn organic rigging for 3D characters, for example, I can recommend you probably some ideas, some tutorials. I have actually, hold on, I have a list of, I may organize this Blender rigging guide. Let me see if you, yes, okay, so there are a lot of things that last update was last month, so I'm trying to put here all the most important rigging ideas, concept in Blender, of course. But if something is very important outside Blender, then from Maya, from Pixar, maybe I would put it here, like just as reference. And so, for example, there's themes here. There are facial rig. I'll copy paste this link here. Hold on. Yeah. Wow, that would be awesome. Yeah. So what I believe, if you want to learn rigging like deeply, rootly, right? Like I did, it's very important to make experiments, but this takes a long time, right? However, if you want to be an agile rigger or rig with agility to start with, because every topic in rigging, leg rigging, inverse kinematics, arm rigging, shoulder rigging, hips rigging, head rigging, face rigging, neck rigging, everything, it's like a universe of its own. There's a logic in everything, shape keys, corrective methods, hair rigging, cloth rigging. And this list is this organization of, there are linked to YouTube channel of lots of other artists that with often very cool tutorials that I found in my learning process, and then I'm sharing this. So for example, here for example, there's a technique, check wave paint on a cleaner view. Not even I am understanding what this means. How to check wave paint mode on a cleaner view with solid shading preview on material. Okay, so then it's difficulty level. Okay, this is basic, so everything that is basic here should be okay to learn fast. Subject is about wave painting. There's no major topic here yet because this is probably very generalistic thing. Solid shading preview materials, this is the setting in Blender. So if we click here, there's a link to the tutorial. Okay, some YouTube propaganda, more propaganda, more pub.
So one thing we do want to do is we need to...
And so this I have, it's already time stamped. Hold on, let me see the chat. Not sure if it's mainly rigging. Yeah, it's mainly rigging. I would like to add animation stuff, but I don't have. This takes time. I'm too busy with other things. So, but eventually I should add a 3D rig, an animation tab. Like, let's do it right now. So duplicate here. 3D animation, but I won't have nothing. Animation, and this would be like a school of, not a school, but yeah, a guide, generic Blender rigging repository guide. I published this on Blender Artist forum somewhere. Yes, okay, so animation here, there's nothing. Let's delete everything here. Logic would be the same. So the idea of this is to make easy access to techniques, although to YouTube, anything, usually, but here it's more precise. It's a selection of tips, right? And here's the name of the YouTuber, right? there's this guy, Royal Skies. Some are very famous in the domain. Pierrick, Pico, Royal Skies, and some authors are have really good ideas, but are not so famous around rigging. But yeah, Level Notions too. These guys have lot of cool tutorials on lot of interesting topics. Yeah. Okay, so but this list is very small yet. I have much more tutorials that I would like to share, but I have to organize all that. So anyway, so but take a look on this. Eventually, you get some good ideas from here. What I recommend, however, is that you learn about Rigify add-on plus Cloud Rig feature set. It's an extension, because this will make you access rigging. You'll be able to rig characters pretty fast, even facial rigging, which is quite complicated. And if you learn about those two things, you can immediately start rigging very complex characters with easy results, and then you start learning. From then you may start tweaking, right? Do you model right away or sculpt first? Sorry, the delay was elsewhere. So I learned from other YouTube channels the workflow starts with sculpting, then retop. Okay, I'm not good at sculpting or 3D sculpting, or maybe I'm good, but I don't like it. I know how to sculpt manually. I can shape things. It's kind of funny, but I'm not good at it in the sense that like making complex character designs. I don't know, I'm more of a modeler than a sculptor. I'm more of a 2D artist than a 3D artist. Usually I draw more than sculpt, so I don't have a lot of experience with organic sculpting, clay and that stuff. So but I've experienced enough to know that I have potential on it, but I just don't explore this a lot, unfortunately. I really like people that can sculpt, right? And so I think it's a great workflow if you can model or 3D model or sculpt whatever, and then end up making your own character and rig your own card. That it doesn't really matter. Retopology is more like if you sculpt things, then you retopology. There are a lot of good tutorials about retopology out there, so it's I like modeling, therefore probably I like mesh topology. So I create my mesh topology from like manually. So for example, if I pick this, then I start extruding, then I have a face loop here, and then let's make something. Then I connect the faces, then here we go, we have a face loop. Then we can, yeah, this is the process of I've made that impossible thing, the okay, it's flipping around here. Now I think it's still incorrect, but whatever. So this we can use for retopology and also making those face loops. So this is fundamental. So modeling is important if you do retopology process as well. I don't do retopology because I do from modeling already. So whatever retopology I do, it's like already on the model, right? Hold on, but I don't want to sculpt as I think it's not my strong suit for now. Okay, so yes, so yeah, you don't need retopology if you don't sculpt or you don't pick sculpt character. Just model right away, and then you could use this subdivision surface modifier, and then there are different ways to. I just use at one, and you could. This is dangerous, but you can use this on cage, so you see the mesh looks different. It's because it's the subdivision surface modifier with on cage plus on edit mode, so you can see the real aspect at the same time as the unsubdivided. This is safer than this, because this you can really screw up. Maybe this looks good, but when you take this off, you've made something really crazy in the base mesh. It's not a good example, but you got the idea. We don't know really what you're doing but it can help. Actually, I was exploring that for this case, this helps me, can help me making some tweaking in the base mesh of this character, since it's quite low poly. Okay, so I think it's okay. Sculpting may take a lot of time if you're making complex characters. I prefer modeling, so go start with what you're good at. And yes, these are Rigify add-on is built in. It's free, and Cloud Rig feature set is also free. If you go on YouTube, you should totally watch this tutorial for Cloud Rig. I didn't know nothing about Cloud Rig. I just got this. It's not a tutorial. It's a presentation of the own creator of Cloud Rig. There. Okay, it should be anywhere here. This guy Demeter Zadzik. Zadzik, yeah. And here it's a long presentation, and it's a bit complicated for a beginner. But if you have Cloud Rig on, if you follow these steps, you probably can, when he starts creating the meta, there's a meta rig, you just add to the scene, and then you generate rig, and as he's doing. And if you need more root insight into Rigify add-on, then you look for CG Dive tutorials. He has an entire free course on that. This guy, yeah. So he'll teach lots of the fundamentals of Rigify add-on, but there are too long tutorials. So I think it's much better, and it's not about Cloud Rig. So that other presentation is Cloud Rig. And as soon as I got the step by step on this thing, at least to get the basics, not everything he shows, just what interests me, I could get really. Oh, now I can use Cloud Rig. Yeah, so this is pretty cool. Of course, not in an advanced way, not even intermediate way maybe, but you should start with this. This is really powerful. It has bendy bones and lots of cool deforms. Even for the facial rig, he doesn't use his Syntel meta rig. You'll see it's Intel MetaRig when you try to add a MetaRig armature with the Cloud Rig feature set. Then you had to adjust the face mesh, the face bones of the MetaRig. This is a process CG Dive or many other tutorials will show. Then once you adapt the face bones of the MetaRig to the... Here he's doing something manually. This is just, I'm trying to show the example. Then you can make facial rig with lots of features that work, that should work at least. Okay, let's go back to the chat. You mentioned 2D. I'm also interested with 2D, especially with the cutout animation. Do you have videos for cutout? No, I don't know how to make cutout animation in Blender, unfortunately. I come from 2D traditional animation. I know it is possible to rig 2D the grease pencil. Yeah, it's possible to rig grease pencil in Blender. It's very, very crazy, but I don't know, I never tried. It's like it's not exactly in my scope of immediate interest. I would like to know how to do it, but basically it's just rigging with bones, probably, maybe with hooks, hook modifier, or bones, or both. I'm not sure, one or the other, or both. But for 2D, so certain things might be very specific to 2D rigging, but it should, I think it should be easier than 3D rigging. Yeah, because then you don't care about some skinning algorithm on the 3D mesh. Yeah, maybe you must care about other deforms of the grease pencil. It's very, very interesting. I think it should be a good investigation. But myself, I don't have immediate experience with this. I think I should dissolve this excessive faces here, edges that I don't need. Yeah, well, I could simplify that indeed. However, this one probably better not. When do you... I don't have a really good timing yet, organized time. Night time, now I'm doing this on the morning, on the weekend. No, my times are totally crazy. What I consider doing, but I think this will... Yeah, that will be spamming my followers if I go live, and before going live, I give some notification message, public message to the community. I could, unless I'm doing some very special live, then I'd say, oh, today at time X I'm gonna do a live. I never done it. I think it could work, but it should be very specific. So ideally I would go live like around 6 hours from this hour now. For me it would be like 6 p.m. 18 o'clock. But this depends on time on Earth, right? So 6 hours from now is where ahead of now, right? I mean after now is when more or less where I would like to be streaming. Thank you. Yes, actually I've been a tutor for a long time, and I have some experience in teaching, but yeah, so that's why I like explaining things. And also, oh, thank you. Yes, feel free. Don't feel compelled to be present. Um, but thank you, yes, very much appreciated. And yes, if you have any questions also, more questions or rigging, my problem in rigging is that I started out like didn't know nothing, but I have been modeling characters for my own characters for a long time, but only eventually I've started to learn rigging for 3D animation, right? But I've wasted a lot of time, not wasted a lot of time, I mean, I focused on different things, and today one thing that I regret is that I didn't spend much time learning Rigify add-on. I want to learn the workflow, right, with Cloud Rig and other extensions also for Rigify add-on. I want to be able to make my own custom rigs using Rigify add-on workflow, so a kind of mix between the two. And this I think is quite advanced use of Rigify add-on. We can use Rigify add-on just like to create instantaneous rig, and that's it, and apply like a copy paste, so it's cheap. But I think that for me the best use of Rigify add-on would be able to tweak the meta rig, to create my own meta rigs with mixing up with custom rig features. So if I ever learn to do this properly, I would totally make tutorials about that, and this is my future plan. But for now I'm trying to rig this character and explore some additional rigging techniques, advanced rig techniques that I'm showcasing here. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but I'm making progress here. And so actually even on jobs sometimes it's valuable to know Rigify add-on, so it's a cool thing to know for sure. And it's because of that I was making some experimentation with Cloud Rig recently, and that's why I was talking about it, because it has, for example, automation for bendy bones. Bendy bones, for example, I have here on the face rig. What's the average time? Hold on, let me show the bendy bones on face rig. For cartoon characters, I don't know this is the type of character you want to rig, but face deform bones here. Okay, so these are bendy bones, and this is how they deform. And so here's the best example. Okay, of course I should have, it's not, what's happened to this bone? It's not moving. Okay, never mind. You see the deform here that's going on. Why this bone is stuck to place? Not snapping? It's shrink wrapped. Something's going wrong here. Okay, never mind. Don't know what's going on, but gotta fix this anytime. So bendy bones, yes. So Cloud Rig has some system to automate bendy bones for facial rig, just like this, and that's kind of interesting for me. All this automation. While all this I've made manually, took a lot of time to explore. I have a tutorial on this actually, but it's gigantic and it's kind of advanced and a special case of rigging the eyes with bendy bones. Not necessarily what you would need. There are much other interesting ways to do so, and easier also. Okay, thanks. Yeah, the notification. But feel free to follow. I'm doing very regularly those lives, and I'm still learning how to make better streaming. So uh, the cool thing is that at the same time I'm trying to advance on this project. So that's why a good reason I should continue making those lives anyways. So what's the average time to say that the card is completely and ready for animation? Well, that vary a lot because I don't know in production time, professional setting, how long people take to rig characters, because it depends on the characters, of course. If you have a very original character, then it is likely rigging that character might require some research because you won't have any preset solution for it. Like, for example, Rigify Add-on has a meta-human preset meta rig. So this is a armature, a pre-made armature, all sophisticated, all developed to make nearly instant rigging of human characters. However, if the character has more arms or has tentacles, it's an alien or whatever thing that requires special rigging features. Sometimes rigging is not only about the mesh, sometimes rigging is about special effects too, or hair, or I don't know, objects besides the character that must be rigged along the character. So all this adds complexity to the rigging process, and then if they might require special attention, and then if you don't have experience with the matter, or how, depending on how complicated can be that particular problematic in rigging, it could take much more time just on trial and error. So ideally, if we have those automation process add-ons such as Rigify, but there are other add-ons that automate process. In principle, if you have a ready-to-rig model, I think that, and the character is not, it's kind of simple. Let's say if I were to rig that character from scratch, from the knowledge that I have today, I believe if I wouldn't be using a solution like Rigify, it would take probably days to rig the character, because in part there is the control rig, which goes later, but we can make we need to make the mechanism for inverse kinematics, and then depending if the character has teeth, tongue, eyes, what kind of eyes, cloths. If the character has a skirt, for example, this character has a skirt, then we might need physics to the skirt, physics to some other things. There are some things I didn't learn well yet, so I couldn't guarantee I would make a good rig of those things, a functional rig for certain features. But if it's just the flash, like let's say very simple face rig, like some mouth expressions, yeah, in a matter of days I could probably fix all the armature, the bones, the basic stuff. But then for the facial expressions, this could take many more days, depending on the complexity. Sometimes something don't work, because good facial expressions really like sculpting, right? Need to create like different morphs. Can use shape keys also simplify, but sometimes it doesn't simplify, it makes things more complicated. So it can take days, maybe more than a single week to rig a single character from scratch. With luck, maybe you can rig the character in one day if it's simple, or if you have good practice on everything the character requires. You can solve everything in one day in a very deep sprint. But in principle, this would be luck. Usually it would take days to rig a single character. Like this one, it has too many features that I want to rig, so that could take weeks. And actually I'm exploring rigging, so I'm not trying to solve the rig like oh, I'm gonna rig this character. No, I'm exploring rigging techniques, right? Rigging methods. So on average, that's it. I take days, and depending on the project, could be a matter of weeks even. That's why one reason why those add-ons such as Rigify add-ons come in handy, because then it's you can cut off a lot of that time and just focus on things that maybe Rigify add-on can't do. So that's why a great reason to learn this thing from start, and leave other stuff like experimenting, learning other fundamental things or other rigging tricks as secondary stuff. So yeah, I hope that answers that question, but I cannot answer very well because I don't have like a lot of practice in rigging characters from start to the end, right, in a workflow manner. I've been rigging, for example, this character or this type of character like for more than a year. I never fully completed it because I'm an experimentalist. So and it's not my job actually. I'm not a professional rigger. But maybe I will become one eventually. What starting pose is best suited for? Well, that's also depends, because this is more like advanced rigging. There are often advantages and disadvantages. The advantage I'm procuring here is to have nearly instant good deforms as the thigh, this limb, gets this kind of rotation, front bending of the leg. At the same time, this rest position is good for side bending. This is and is also relatively good for back bending. So something like that, very exaggerated, right? And of course, usually most characters on most rigs normally would break with this kind of exaggerated rotations because of the skinning algorithm, which is pretty limited, the ones that Blender use. And so however, this rest position for the mesh is very bad in the sense that the bones, as I was working on, they get we have to align everything if we have advanced foot rig, for example, and this is the case. And then things can break very easily. Everything gets more complicated. While if even the I-key bond constraint that I have here, it cannot be done normally. Normally you would like the I-key bond constraint to be done with the bones on the I-key chain, this one, and in this case it's this one and this one, to be straight, totally straight. So that you don't have to fix certain aspects of the... So this makes the I-key bond constraint works as it was expected to use, with less features to take care of. So I think a good starting position is for the arms. This also apparently a good one that I found, but you don't need to beat that much. So far the bad thing about this is that it's not very regular thing. It's risky, no one use this, so maybe I face something bad in the future that I'm not aware right now. Let's see, I'm looking for the... Okay, so here so the straight like T-pose, right, could be good. Of course the fingers open usually, so that it's much simpler, everything gets simpler, but there are some disadvantages. Although the arm would have the same amount of rotation here to here, 90 degrees or negative 90, one of the two, right, positive or negative, still if we do this, the shoulders would usually get a very bad deforms there, and this should be fixed. And this is one of complex joints, one of the hardest things to solve, just as the one in the pelvis region. And so usually rest positions are good for joints when the joint is rotated. So for example, that's why in this case, yes, the arm is straight, but no, it's not straight. There's a slight bending, so these slight bendings can help. The arm this is a simple joint, it's not so complicated, so a rest position straight for an arm might not be very good. Slight bending, whatever the direction, doesn't matter, would be good. But then this already would affect in some way the I-key bond constraint, in case there is an I-key bond constraint. But this is actually positive. If you have a pole target, then it needs to be bent anyways, the I-key chain. Otherwise I-key bond constraint will go crazy if it's all straight and it has a pole target. Hola. Oh, there's someone else. Sorry, I was talking. Let's see what's going on here. Eu tenho que ativar o Windows. I need to activate Windows, but I can't. It would need to buy the Windows. I don't know. If I can't get this activated, I probably will go back and start using Linux OS, which I was using. I don't know how to take this off. So hold on. So other, I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, so for the legs, same thing, having straight legs or in a normal pose like this should be good. A slight bend is normal for the I-key bone constraint with a pole target. Like you have a pole target here. But the fact that the legs are more straight won't actually make this joint deform very well naturally. Of course, if it doesn't bend naturally well with the skinning algorithm, there are methods to solve this even if it's bad. But what I'm doing, so you can have any starting rest position you want and then solve the issues, the deform issues, with corrective shape keys, armature deform corrective methods like this one. For example, this is spline skinning. There's a bendy bones spline here with those. These are, you see, and this is a deformed bone that will, with spline skinning, it will affect this joint. It's a simple joint, but so for example, if I take off the bendiness of this, we don't see very well, but things tends to get a little worse. With spline skinning, things get a little better. Of course, this is not horrible from start, because my starting rest position is like that, and I didn't even took time to reshape these things. If I reshape here, I could even get probably better results. Let's try something. Because the idea is the rest position gives you instant good deforms on that position, right? But as the deformed bones rotates, to whatever direction, the deforms will start to create artifacts, and then it's nightmare with the skinning algorithms in Blender and conventional skinning algorithms for CG in general, right? In general. And so probably if I can make a better pose here for the mesh, I'm changing the pose, I'm changing just reshaping something here. If I can make this pose better already on this, then the deforms will be even better. And as this, the interesting thing about this is that as we derotate the leg, the shin, this joint, right? The deforms there might be, if some artifacts are generated in this pose, they might be much easier to fix than what ugliness things would happen on the opposite way. If the rest position was something like straight, and then as we rotate, we have to fix the joint. But from starting the rest position with already a good pose there, right, for the mesh, then maybe sometimes this already fix the joint problem when this is bent, and also the derotated one. And it would be easier to solve. Yeah, because solving this when this is bad is very hard. Can be very challenging. So there's always pros and cons in rigging. Often it's... So I made some changes there, but didn't serve very well as an example, because the joint deform was already okay. In great deal because of this start rest position. But I don't recommend doing this because it's too complicated. I'm still exploring the pros and cons of all this thing. I have a follow-up question. Is it possible to constrain the rotation of a joint? Like an average human arm is not able to 360 rotate? Yes. Or a finger cannot bend backwards? Yes, this is partially possible. Yes, but it's not so simple. I'll give you some examples. For example, I was doing exactly this for the automation of this hand rig. So let's pick some bones here. Let me hide the something here. Okay. So you have these control bones here, and here is a case of I'm using here not a bone constraint of inverse kinematics, but I'm using auto A key, which creates okay, so now it's not working the way I wanted because I need to straighten up the mechanism bones for the I key. So, but this is no problem. This is not what I wanted to show. But those bones here, the bones that are the control bones here, they have settings that will lock any inverse kinematics system in Blender, like I key bone constraint, or so you see this arc here. This is developed by an inverse kinematics panel, which only shows on pose mode. I'm on pose mode, won't show on edit mode for the armature object. Must be on pose mode, and then each bone on the I key chain, the I key chain goes until here for the pinky, or the last finger, the smaller finger of this hand, at least this alien hand. And so here inverse kinematics panel, then we can achieve some limit X. The Y and Z axis for this bone, they are locked. So as I control the chain with inverse kinematics with this bone, but I could control with this bone, but then these only bones will respond. Now these will respond, and now only this will respond with those features. This is why I have this bone at the end. It's just a bone that at the end of the chain that has nothing here in the settings. It's free to move anyhow, but it will then all the other bones, because this is auto A key, but it could be done with an inverse kinematics I key bone constraint, right? In this case I would make this bone, add an I key bone constraint, inverse kinematics bone constraint to it, then I'll probably, yeah, this will be the target of the bone constraint, this will be the pole target. Well, I don't have pole target, maybe I'll have to create one. This depends on what you want. And okay, then chain length 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, probably 4. I'm not gonna make it now, but yeah, that. So I'm doing this with auto A key, an option that I can, yeah, take off. There's a shortcut that I've made for it. Add, remove shortcut. Well, what is the shortcut that I've added? Shift Alt X. All right. All right. So, and then all right. So, and these bones are locked to their settings, so they cannot move on if I unlock this, the y-axis, this one at least will start rotating, I guess, but it's not a good example. Let's do the z. It will be hard to see maybe, but it should be moving. Rotating in some other, let's do okay, not sure what's happening here, but then anyways, I have this minimum and maximum, and this bone is kind of respecting this in terms of the inverse kinematics thing. However, if I were to move it, manually, it would be free to rotate anyways, because it will not use. This is only for inverse kinematics when it is suffering inverse kinematics from some system, and if I control it, then it's different. It's not. I'm just posing it any ways that I want. However, these ones could be suffering the stuff there. All right, another way, but it's not very. Is the most common way, right? Is to use the. Let's see. Let's pick some. Yeah, I need to get the deform bones. Yeah. Would be to add some sort of. I don't have any good examples here because all those bones are locked, they are bone constrained. So okay, this one, so for example, if I'm able to rotate it on its x-axis, I could probably create a limit rotation. The problem is that sometimes they don't work very well. So limit sometimes, especially with scale, I think so. Okay, so now the x, let's only allow it to rotate on the x-axis. So now it's completely locked. So let's give it a -30 and a positive. Alright, so we can do that, but controlling sometimes you have this clipping, it jumps, I don't know. Yeah, and with scaling this is annoying. So local space, of course you do this on the bones that are manually posed. This won't work for indirect effects. So if something is rotating this bone, it won't affect, this won't help. So this if this bone was suffering inverse kinematics, for example, no matter what it is there, yeah, it will still, you see, it's free to move. It is being, something else is changing it. But for manual posing, yes, you can locally, for example, local space, have some. And then the problem is this that you saw before, that I tried to show before, that there's sometimes this snapping that is very annoying, and this happens. This is for rotations, and location is good, but it's feasible. But here for scaling, it can be really annoying because we have. Here I have a limit scale for this bone. See, this bone is scaling, and then some other bones there are being constrained to the scaling of that bone. This is why they are transforming differently. But what I want to show here is that as I scale, you see, although I have limit scale, it goes beyond. and then we get an inverse scale, and then so I need to know exactly the limit when you see that the bone stops. Here it stopped, and no, don't go beyond that. And if you go beyond, what happened to the rotation, it was warping the other way around. But the problem that caused it was not that bad, but for posing it's really annoying. So we have these options, but they are not that good. And so as you see, if you have inverse kinematics, the way to go is to try to limit the rotations through those inverse kinematic settings. So let's see, in this case I have a different mechanism chain here. If I limit the X rotation to 0, let's give it a so I cannot now rotate the mechanism bone forward. Of course, let's augment, let's give it let's give it just halfway, and backwards just like something like that, right? So okay, so maybe something is going wrong. I'm not being able to do what I limit X. Maybe I need to reset first. Negative 45. Let's see. Maybe I'm struggling with some other things. Oh, of course, it's because this is my starting setting. That's why. It was not straight, right? Or so it's this is also something that must be careful. That makes things much more complicated, right? So let's see, what is the x-axis? Axis normal z. Now this will be the normal x. Oh, it's okay. Okay, normal x. So positive. So this would be like 50 positive, and then let's give just a 50 negative 10. Okay, that's something like that. So 50, so negative 11 and positive 50. So now this should, now I got it inversed. Okay, so not sure this is the, oh yeah, okay, so what's happening there? Okay, the minimum can only be negative, so okay, negative 10, and the other cannot be, it must be, okay, so now alright, that's it. So this is how we lock this stuff. So yes, and I don't have this in this rig. It just gave me an interesting idea. I just forgot. I was doing this for the fingers, but I totally forgot for the inverse kinematics on the legs. So you see, lots of things we can do it. Of course, this is inverse kinematics. It won't respond if we are posing manually, right? So that for that, posing manually require this kind of stuff, usually local space. All right, hold on, let's see other things. I noticed when you raise the foot probably bone to bend the leg forward, the butt cheek lose volume when you raise the leg forward. Yes, so these are typical issues. Maybe, of course, the best rest position for this bend forward posing is exactly a rest position where you start already with this. Okay, so there are volume loss here usually. In this case, it's not happening a lot. But hold on, I'll have to reopen the file. I've tweaked too much just on. Let's see. So this is because of the artifacts, right, of the skinning algorithm. Some this is linear blend skinning. I didn't fix entirely the everything here yet. Yeah, this will require more investigation. Okay, so it won't collaborate very well now, finally. So usually we have volume loss here. In this case, it's fine. It's nearly good. And then there is some weird stretching here that it's or because I need to find how this pose will deform properly here. This rotation is quite a lot, although it doesn't look like. There is at least 90-degree rotation this way, and then a little more like 45 degrees up. So this is, if I don't know if you can sum this, but anyways, it's at least one rotation here is already critical. If this rotation was something more like here, this would probably be less deformed in principle. So yeah, so this is closer to the rest position, so this should be much better. However, for that other, I need to take seriously what you've mentioned about the loss of volume on the buttocks region, or some okay, so the easiest way, and it's still complicated, but the easiest way is shape keys, corrective shape keys. So basically I'm not using because I don't like very much the idea, but it's a very powerful solution. Basically it's now I'm considering shape keys like this. It's not the same thing, unfortunately, but I'm starting to conceive corrective shape keys method as different rest positions, right? So I think this might be a fine way to consider it. They use a lot of shape keys for facial expressions, for example, but they use also to solve those joint things. So basically, the problem with shape keys is that we need to use drivers. I hate drivers. Everyone hates drivers, but it's not that hard to use. It's just annoying, and we get used to them anyways. But so other methods to solve these deforms that I like to use, and some other riggers like to use, are armature deform stuff with helper bones. For example, those bendy bones splines that we've seen here, I've took this idea from somewhere in the internet, I don't remember, and then except for this one I saw on a tutorial that yeah, I didn't invent those ideas, and then I was trying to get I don't see the bendy bone. Okay, it's here. So we can solve this with this, for example. Maybe not totally. What happens is that this bone, it's a bendy bone. It has this is a bendy bone spline. This means the bendy bone has segments. It has got, there's this bendy bone spline, so it has 10 segments. I didn't tweak here, but we can make, but this is more complicated. It needs to target the handler, the start and end handler, and the parenting must be special because they are not part of the chain, otherwise the rig go crazy. So they are kind of a floating system, and then the way I found was to bone constraint the handles to the main bones there on the limbs. So in this case, this is copy location somewhere here along word space, yes, but actually, yeah, word space for copy location, somewhere like near the tail, right, the end of this bone. It should be the tail around here. And for this one, yeah, somewhere around the head of the shin bone here, and word space. And then for the rotation, yeah, you want to align it with the rotation, so you get some axis local with parent. I think for some reason here works better, don't know why, don't ask me, I couldn't understand that particularly. And then before original instead of replace, so that we can actually pause just in case we want, could be add to. And so if I want to rotate this thing, I can, but usually it's not required. However, it's locked in space because of the copy location, and copy locations is more complicated to use. Like it doesn't have offset, not easy to understand how it works. I think it's a bug, whatever, not very helpful. So at least the rotation is free, so we can automate these rotations even with actually this is changing the thing here, because this bone is also a bendy bone, although we don't see it has, I should take this off actually, it has got widget. If I delete, we see it's a bendy bone, and the bendy bone is also targeting. This is something I found out. Probably it is present on the other rigs. This is why this, we can take this off, of course, if it is dangerous, but it can be helpful. I just eliminate the target, then okay, no more. Then this just influence the mesh of the bendy bone. So this is a method that I've just learned a few weeks ago, and I tried to experiment, and it was clear to me that it improved the joints, the simple joints. It can also improve complex joints, so but it doesn't solve the complex joints, because the complex joints I call the shoulders and the thigh, the hips. These won't be enough to solve this, but they can help a little, just a little. So depending on the characters. On simplest characters, this would probably totally solve, but this is organic rigging on more realistic, so this is not enough. This is working, not working yet. I need to check. I was fixing because of the rest position. There are a lot of things that need to be reshaped and properly, and we need to test those deforms. Let's see how. I've already tested, so I know that rest position, something like that would work, but let's do something like that. And there's bendy bones anywhere, so you see that that part might need some corrections or some adjustments that I have to verify. There, because there are too much rotation, it starts to have volume loss there. This I need to address. So perhaps that. So, but this might be much easier to fix than this, if this was the opposite. If the shoulders, yeah. So I prefer. So far, maybe I'm wrong, but usually I prefer to try to solve that than to solve that. And so I've made that decision. Maybe a middle term here would be even better, somewhere like here, right? Then you have a not much rotation towards the shoulder, not much rotation towards the. This is the role of the pole targets that are going crazy. So this is not about the deforms, and this is probably also pole target, that's why it's deformed. Let's try. Need to investigate here. Yes, this thing. Let's see how it bends. Yeah, there are the mesh, some interpenetrations is minor. Usually this is quite exaggerated. Most rigs will break on all this thing already. Mine is like a survivor. So yeah, with a shape key basically you could fix this, like if you were making a new key pose, right? So you have a basis, which is this, then you have another shape key. There are some problems with shape keys, not just the drivers. The problem is that the transforms that they made on the vertex. Okay, so basically you get a shape key here and one. This is the corrective shape key for that one for this kind of pose here. Let's get an even. I don't remember how to make the shape key actually, but the complete method. But basically you get a new shape on a new pose, and then you let's say this is probably not the correct way to do. There are tutorials on that. Then you just reshape the mesh on that pose on the shape key here, and then this means you are editing the mesh but on a key 1 and a new shape key, and then you can do whatever you want to the mesh. It will just adapt. It clipped because of the mirror modifier. No problem. Well, it will of course it's a problem. No problem for the demonstration. So you do whatever you want, and no struggle with skinny algorithm, because this is transforms directly to. You cannot create new geometry though, but you can do whatever you want, and then that pose you need to activate that with some trigger, and the trigger to activate that would be like when the let's say in this case it would be when the rotation of this arm, so that would be the then you have to get some variable, some formula. Here there's a graph editor to simplify, but let's try something armature, then def arm upper arm left, so x rotation. We could map in different ways, right? But let's use x rotation. Yes, x rotation. So I don't know if when it's minimum or maximum quaternion local space. Whenever it reaches that, then we probably need to. Yeah, it's hard to map, but at some point, if it's mapped properly, then we'll see in real time the. Okay, so as currently where is the hold on, I think I need to be on the base mesh. It's always on 1 because it considers that I don't know what the x-axis rotation for the forearm, so let's it's because of this +1, of course. Okay, now as there is some x rotation, which I don't know where it is, the shape should occur. It's too slight here. Okay, so this is this is a terrible example, but you see the idea. Yeah, now it probably starts shaping. You get some way to map this thing, and then the shape will occur. So it's just like you had a new rest position, but it's not the same thing, right? And this, I think, has nothing to do with that. This is for geometry nodes, apparently, and so this will kind of simplify everything, but you have to get through the driver to the mapping, right, of the bone that it is triggering the shape key, the corrective shape key, and then you can have as many for each part of the body, and that's it. Another problem with drivers is that you cannot apply modifiers, so this requires add-ons to make that. It's kind of tricky, but they are very effective to solve those problems that with armature deformed would take forever. For example, I'll show you another example of armature deformed that I was working exactly on this model that is very, very effective. It's for the back bending of the leg. Where are my... Okay, I'm gonna load here. So for example, here as I need to find that pole target here. Okay. So what's happening here is that this deform of the gluteus would be much worse if there weren't some system there that is leveraging. Actually, it's a bit bad here for some reason, but I was still working on it. So, but I've tested the system; it kind of works. So there is this. I'm taking profit of this thing that is already here, and I'm using a two transformation bone constraint on this bone, which is rest position for the bone is this one. It's facing downward, and so yes, it's facing downward, and so what happens is that this bone, as the thigh moves up from this kind of back bending rotation of the thigh, just like the driver, except that through a bone constraint, a transformation bone constraint. It takes the rotation of the target bone, the thigh bone here, a mechanism thigh bone in this case, and it transforms, map from rotation, and it takes only the negative rotation, the back bending, doesn't affect the front bending, so this is very powerful. You can do that with driver, and that transforms into a location transform for this bone, which is the one that has the bone constraint. So it is constrained to this rotation of the thigh and bone, and then you get that X rotation of the thigh and transforms that proportionally into a location, and so you see that bones rises, and because it pulls, it doesn't need to be a bendy bone spline, but it occurred that I had this thing, and so let's reuse this bone for another thing. So it has got this wave painting, and so it will leverage all that wave painting, and this is the reason that this deforms there is not so bad. But it needs, if I didn't have this helping system, then if this weren't a deformed bone, then this deform would not be so well. There start to be volume loss here more and interpenetration, and the leverage, the buttocks region won't leverage, and I can still tweak this, so test this in real time. It's not perfect here because I'm still working, but yeah, this is the one way to go. With corrective shape keys, you just like, this is the pose, you fix it manually, but then there are some other issues to consider, like the motion of the vertices that you place the shape key. They are linear. So here, for example, of course, it should be linear too, but since they are wave painting, there are some ratios of deform, so things move in different ways. There are some other things going on in different ways, right? It's skinning, while it uses an algorithm, while the shape keys, it's just linear motion of the vertex. So sometimes the traveling of the vertices in 3D space won't travel, they'll travel like here to here, like linearly, and so you can't just simply make a shape key here so that it would go in direction then go the other direction. This can be done, yes, of course, but usually you want a correction shape keys that it's just one. So it's good that the pose that we make a shape key for, as the mesh approaches the position, shouldn't be a too radical difference, otherwise you'll have strange things happening. Yeah, so this is a problem with, so this is a good reason why, for example, in my opinion, would be a good idea to have a good starting rest position, so that the traveling of the vertex from the different radical poses that are required, the vertex won't have to correct too much stuff, and so it would be simpler to make corrective shape keys without too bad stuff occurring. Okay, let's see. Notice. Okay, so it's possible to move other driver by another bone movement. The driver itself, it's an abstract thing. It's just, you can drive many things in Blender. So for example, I can drive this even. So you add a driver to a setting, and then you can edit. Okay, apparently it's possible to drive a driver in some way. There is some discussion on that, but I'm not sure if I understand your question. But I know there is some driver question in Blender. Recently someone asked about this, and let's see, animation and rigging. Isolating keyframe, how to face restart as no. Change a driver during animation. I think this. Yeah, this was the discussion. So there would be some ways to tweak drivers. I don't know. So it was in this discussion there was something about that I didn't know. But maybe that was not exactly your question. What means, can I move other bones with an? Yes, totally. You just have to add, for example. Well, there are many ways to do that actually, and for that, of course, maybe a new file, because that was true. So, for example, if I get a bone here. With bone constraints, right, you get parenting actually you have dependency. So if this parent is disconnect offset, it's still parented, and this makes that whatever I have here, you see this bone is moving this bone, rotating, moving, but we can also have bone constraints. So for example, this bone can be can have copy rotation of this. So now this bone rotates it and moves it because of the parenting relation, and this one rotates, but then you can rotate. There are different relations, and they stack, or maybe you don't, you make some way that they not stack. Parenting is a very rigid relation, but bone constraints tend to be more flexible, but they don't do everything. So sometimes you need to parent, and also often need to parent, but not always, depending on the case, and then also bone constraint, and then of course you have spaces. You depend. There are tutorials on how to handle that. So each bone constraint, there's a lot, can do many things. So the transformation bone constraint, which works more like a driver, it just transforms, for example. Yeah, that's what it can do. Anything. It could be a location to location, location to location. So let's see, X, and also copy exactly that. And so as I move this on the Z, on its Z-axis, it will move this one on its Z-axis locally on the same proportion. However, and wherever it is, because provided I'm moving on the x-axis, and the x-axis of this bone, of course, is probably aligned differently, and this is because of the local stuff. But if I use something, it's a bit complicated even for me sometimes. Now this is world space. Now they will work on the x-axis of world space, so things get different. Okay, so when this bone travels on world space, which x-axis is here, you see by the gizmo. So now it is not moving at all in world space, so it's not moving that. But as soon as I move a little towards space, it starts moving. But now it's the owner of the bone constraint has local space, so it moves on its own x-axis, which is tilted apparently somewhere like there. And we can change the yeah, we can do lots of things, but even that is not enough to simplify everything in rigging, right? Characters. Oh, that's nice to know, because that's one way I'm thinking to resolve the volume loss issues. Yes, so, but this is very, very complicated, even though those things happen, because this technique is used, right, regularly. For some riggers like to use it, but it's not that easy to control the mesh with the skinny algorithm, and the ratios are really complicated to solve. You have some tiny, oh, this is easy to fix. No, actually, depending on what's going on, there are interactions between multiple wave paint. It's a nightmare. I have a tutorial I've made solving all those things using that kind of method, and even though I was successful, it took a lot of trial and error, and wave painting, and changes to the settings, to the transformational constraint, and many, sometimes more than one helper bone to tweak the mesh. Like there was volume loss, to reshape it the way I really wanted. The skinny, the artifacts, they are really evil. That's why I decided to a solution that would reduce the amount, the strength of the artifacts. So this is why this strategy I'm using. But even so, I have artifacts and some, but I assume they might be easier to solve than what generally happens on T-pose, for example, when you try to make those kind of things. So it's cool that it works, but it's complicated, especially for the complex joints, because you have the bones that have these waves, right? So there are shared waves here, and the artifacts are generated by so you have to make all this in relation, right? The artifacts are generated by the excessive rotations, usually, of the type bone in this case. So and here major part of this is because I haven't actualized, updated the wave painting. So simple things here that if I did, probably I could get better results. But since I've just made the updates, yeah, perhaps not, but there are many things here, basic things that I didn't do, and so there are lots things to do here before like going for more radical solutions. I believe even here now I have there's this crotch deformed bone that probably I could change its wave painting in different way. Probably, yeah, not what I'm doing, but yeah. Or if I did not use it, maybe it would be giving better results. So yeah, so you see there are many bones they are interacting, and this bone with spline skinning sometimes made things better and sometimes not. It was very hard to find a way that it would actually help instead of causing issues. Yeah, this is too strong, of course, this red wave. I'm not using my... Yeah, so it's not easy, right? Even if it sounds theoretically, oh, it's very logical. Yeah, no, when you put your hands on wave painting and start to deal directly with the algorithm, skinning algorithm artifacts, you'll see that it's really annoying. So that's why shape keys is like, for me it's a last resort, but actually I want to go back exploring shape keys, because with the idea of each shape key being different rest pose, sort of, right? So this method I'm using here with shape keys could be even better than like shape keys from a T-pose, theoretically, I think. The problem is that, in my opinion, there isn't an organic skinning algorithm that would do everything that there should exist, but Blender doesn't use it. They don't implement it, and this is more like CG science, right? You have to make a mathematical algorithm for, of course, for skinning. And so the methods of rigging that we have access in Blender are like Stone Age stuff, I'd say. No, I'm exaggerating, but yeah, CG exists for like 3 decades or more, but we're still in this feudal age of rigging, probably. The tools we use, now Pixar has something very interesting, curve nets. You look at YouTube, that's really interesting. Some people think that it might be feasible in Blender. Maybe it is, I don't know. The meta rig of the face, Sintel meta rig for Cloud Rig, which is the extension for Rigify add-on, so it's all free. The face rig there is sort of a cage mesh, no, sorry, not cage armature for the face. This sort of cage is just as the name tells, it's like a structure of bones connected in different ways that will make the skinning on the mesh kind of very sophisticated. This is a technique that I don't know how to reproduce. This is why this is something I want to learn, and that's why also I'm interested now currently in the Sintel meta rig for the face that exists in Cloud Rig. And you can explore that. You can use that cage armature, and then that kind of cage armature would be, I believe, would be much better to control this kind of deforms. It would be much more organic. It's an hypothesis, right? So why are they using this for face rig and not for the rest of the body rig? I don't know. Pixar is doing something with it looks like those cage armatures, and maybe it's feasible in Blender. Don't know. So is it possible to influence the wave paint by a bone movement? What I mean is when our bone rotates, then it changes the wave paint. Yes, I figured out a way. This would be dynamic wave technique. I have a few lives ago, few days ago about this topic. I was exploring. There's a, but the problem is I didn't found yet good excellent applications for it. But this could be a revolutionary technique. I have this vertex wave mix. Let's see, I think I have a file here. Application. Yeah, so this this is an application of vertex wave mix. So basically, it's an object modifier that it is affecting this bone. Yeah, it's this bone. It's been the target vertex group A, and what's happening is that as the foot here is keyframed, so that's why I can see in real-time animation. What's happening is that the own vertex group of this bendy bone is suffering. We'll see here. It's changing. You see the color is changing because the wave paint, the vertex group wave paint is changing in real time, because this setting global influence, like the influence of a bone constraint, is being driven. There's a driver here which is responding to the same thing, the X rotation on quaternion on local space for the type. And what this does is that it changes the ratios, it changes the vertex group, and then this means that if this thing I don't like, maybe they work well here. This is the proposition. Maybe on that pose, well, this vertex group is good, but then as we rotate here, oh no, this is bad. So this would be without the modifier. So the vertex group is sustained. But maybe the deforms are not so good in this direction. So what we do, we add a vertex wave mix that in this case it's special. The other target is 0, there's nothing, so it's being replaced. The original is being, we can add, subtract. In this case, adding would do nothing, subtract would do nothing. Difference, yeah, this is a case where we could use any author can create a vertex group to use here. And then okay, so replace is like I'm zeroing out. If I put 100, see, this would, at maximum global influence, it will replace entirely vertex group A, this one, with vertex group B, which is known. So it's as having an empty vertex group, and so it's like it's neutralize, suppress the waves entirely. So all the ratio on the vertices for all the deformed bones involved in this thing, they would be affected because the ratio is changing because of this. So this is a technique that I've never seen anyone do before. I've just dynamic wave paint I'm calling, and I've seen some tutorials using special effects, but never seen done on rigging. And I'm looking for applications for that. And that would be my first application, I think. When you have a, for example, a helper bone such as this Benimov, that, well, its waves is good on one side but not in the other side. So instead of maintaining the waves and trying to solve these deforms with more deformed bones, you just neutralize its waves as on a driven, right? And then no more wave painting to care about, or you just change it, replace, add, subtract, whatever, change the original one through another one, right? And so this must go before the armature modifier. The problem is that it's difficult to find applications that this change of waves won't solve the leverage of the buttocks, for example, because this is not something about wave painting. It's about the rotation of the bone, and the rotation of the type bone has nothing to do with what the organic character, right? What should happen to the mesh in real life, for example. You have the natural mechanisms, right? And wave painting just don't solve this thing. So that's why the leverage system is required there. Otherwise, I've tested, right? Without additional system there is nothing that even this is not enough. There's no bone mechanism to change to transform stuff. So this thing, even this powerful thing, object modifier, has limitations, right? Yeah, welcome. So this is like a soup of this lives is like a soup of techniques that are exploring, and I would like that these more people start using this and explore, right, and find better ways of rigging, right? So far, none of those things are like good enough. Like, ideally, what we would like to have is just a better skinning algorithm, in my opinion. Like a more realistic skinning algorithm, a more and I think this will be achievable in Blender with scripting. If anyone there that knows how to code, know about mathematics and CG and can like transpose a skinning algorithm or even create one from scratch, I don't know, and script it into, like, with Python inside Blender, then there you go, you have a new skinning algorithm, and then you can then all those problems, you got rid of them, because the skinning algorithm will do all the job. It won't create artifacts because it works perhaps in a way that calculates everything differently, even if it might take more time. Apparently this is an issue about skinning algorithms. If the thing is too realistic, then it will consume much more processing. Yeah, there are some problematics like that, but I'm not savvy in that domain. But that's interesting, and that is what I think. I don't know what the people in CG are doing. I think even in Blender they I don't understand really the complexity of thing, but I don't think it's really difficult to have a different skinning algorithm that works better than these ones. At this time, 2023, open source skinning algorithm better than those ones implemented in Blender. I think this is totally feasible. I just think there's just not enough people working on these ideas right now, or That would be the ideal solution, I think. Or some mechanism that would make some corrections, like automatic corrections to a current skinning algorithm. So that means it will counter the artifacts as they happen. So you don't have the riggers in Blender, or don't have to spend a lot of time just trying to correct the results, and then focus more on artistic shapes, because this is one of the problems in rigging, organic rigging, right? The problem is that you're not just trying to shape the character well. If this was the only thing to do that, then that would be great. No, besides creating artistic shapes, you need to, as the character is in different poses, we also need to prevent and correct the artifacts and the bad deforms that eventually occur. So this is why it's very complex, organic rigging, because you have to handle those two things at the same time. And if you start exploring this thing of armature deform with moving bones, then you'll eventually understand what I mean. That you just can't get the mesh move the way you want easily. You just have to. It's just too bizarre, and this is because there are two problems to be dealt with simultaneously. One is the shape of the body, what other is the countering the artifacts, the weird behavior those things has on the meshes. Yeah, I don't know much about Maya, but I think there are some. I've seen a Blender muscle add-on some time ago. Those things exist. Those muscles have nothing to do with skinning algorithm or artifacts. They are just, maybe I'm wrong, but in principle, they are just systems that would automate those like shape keys, right? In the sense of you have a shape key that will make a bulge on that rotation, or you can do it that with armature too. So it's not complicated. It's just a corrective shape key, but done not to correct artifact, but instead to give an artistic shape to the. And so but the real problem for me is not creating those artistic shapes. This is the best part of rigging, I think. Characters. The real problem is what are the best way to counter the artifacts generated by the skinning algorithm, how to prevent them, how to avoid them even. That's why I'm researching on these ideas, and this rest position is something that seems very interesting. And even so, it's not enough, because you see the problem still happens, maybe lesser degree. Hold on, I need to do something. I'll be back in a moment, but feel free to just need a few minutes. Alright, I've got back. Sorry, I need to get sleep also. Thank you so much, Alfred. No, you're welcome. Glad to have you around. Come back soon. And actually, I never chat before in the live, so it was very interesting too. Thanks for your presence and interest in the topic. There's not a lot of people interested in rigging usually. So I'm very glad there are people around, and you are developing these ideas. Thank you so much for all the answer the resource. Hope to catch you again. Yes, yes. So all right, folks. So apparently our guest has left and now I have been on this live for maybe a bit too long. Hours, 4 hours. Oh, that's a lot. So that's it. But maybe this will interest a lot of people. If so many rigging topics were addressed, this is like a class, right? A bad class, but no, a good class, but kind of chaotic. But if anyone that is interested in rigging has watched that, wow, could learn a lot with those curious, interesting techniques and all the questions that AAA did here. So very glad I am to have been able to have such a nice guest. So for this time, I think that's it. I'll have to keep developing the problematics on this rig and some of the experimental things involved, but certain I'll be soon, and hope you also enjoy the content. See ya, folks. Have a nice weekend. Take care.